meetings and other meetings as well to our Tuesday, June 16th afternoon session. What I'm going to do is, for those of you who may be new to this format, I'm going to have our unparalleled Assistant City Manager, Nat Rojanasathira, to just explain how it works and especially how the public is able to participate. Would you please do that, Nat?
Yes, happy to, Mayor Roberson. We encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live.
Nat, hold up. We're getting a reverberation echo. You sound like
Can you hear me?
Or something.
No,
You can't hear me.
Ned, I suggest go offline, go online again. The sound is very bad.
While he's doing that, I can certainly keep us going.
How's this? Any better?
Perfect. Okay, you're back.
Okay.
And still
right.
unparalleled, I must say.
Great. Well, we encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a short delay of about 10 seconds. Members of the public can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app on the Google Play or Apple App Store. To make a public comment, when watchers are viewing live on YouTube, as well as channel 25, you'll see a chyron, also known as a lower third caption, on the bottom of your screen. At that time, you can call into the conference line for that specific agenda item. Dial area code 831-225-0330. When prompted, enter the access code, which is the access code is 1927648#. Once you've entered the system, dial *5 to raise your hand virtually, and then you'll be added into the queue to speak. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. We do ask that callers please turn off television or computer speakers or go to another room while connected by phone, as any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I will be calling each caller in the order of their hands raised and call out the last 4 digits of each caller's phone number before I unmute them. I may also be calling on individuals by their name based on caller ID if that's available. That's the process for today's meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we're going to go to public comments. And public comments, again, to remind everyone, are non-agenda items. So if you wanted to share with us some thoughts about any of our agenda items, we will give you that opportunity. But this is a state law under the Brown Act. And what it does, it gives you an opportunity to share some things that are going on to your city or some of your needs that are within the jurisdiction of the City of Monterey. And also, we will remind you that we have public comments in the afternoon and evening. You can participate in one of those, but not both. And so with that, we look very much forward to hearing from you. In order to determine our time parameters, again, we have another very heavy council meeting, including closed session on some property. So I would get an idea from Nat. Are we looking at a queue at this point? How many participants wanted to share public comments?
Yep, right now, it doesn't look like anyone's called in. I do, and I hate to ask this question, did we do a call to order, a formal roll call, or are we okay? This might be a city clerk question.
Yes, we did it Mayor Clyde style.
Okay, great. Okay, we're good. So yeah, no, I'm just trying to buy some time. No, we actually don't have any callers calling in for public comment, and we have had the chyron up for about 2 minutes.
Okay,
so
good. Well, just to make it official, and thank you for the reminder, I will officially call the meeting to order. And you know what? That was really a good suggestion. I'm going to ask our unequaled city clerk, Clementine, to introduce the caring city council members, please.
Certainly. Councilmember Albert?
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Here.
Councilmember Smith?
Here.
Councilmember Williamson?
Here.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here with you. And as the meeting goes on, we will be introducing our vigilant staff members to you as they participate in our meeting. All right, so since there are no general public comments, we'll go ahead into the consent. Again, Hans or Nat or Clementine, do we know if anyone in the public wanted to pull any consent items?
Yes,
Yes, item 13.
13 will be pulled.
Okay, thank you. So item 13 is to extend the current locals parking program in the waterfront lot. All right, we'll pull that. Then, are there any comments that we know of, Nat, about the consent other than that item from the public?
Not that we know of, but we also need to put up this is where it moves really quickly. We need to put up a chyron that reads, call in now for items that are on the consent calendar, not just public comment.
Okay, good. Well, while we're doing that, I would like to ask the council if they had questions about the consent or anything they would like to pull. So I'll extend that option.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
just
please.
item number 9. I read it multiple times. I just need some help with it.
Okay.
So maybe just an explanation.
All right, and then we'll ask for, and Tyler, did you want to have a question or anything on the, I think I saw you raise your hand. Did you want to talk about any consent items?
Yeah, I just had a question on number 8, and I similarly I had a question on number 9, but it might be explained through Ed's request of having that explained a little bit more.
Okay, well, let's do this. If it can be a simple answer, we'll go ahead and do it. If it takes a little more time and questions, then we'll pull it. Okay.
Sounds good. Should I go ahead and ask my question for number 8?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead with 8, then we'll go to 9, and yes, please.
Okay, so my question is there a specific plan required for the funding, or is it general? Like knowing that we have to have use the funding for a certain purpose, or are we specifically spelling out exactly what we're going to be doing with it and how we're going to be spending it?
Yes, that's a. This is Hans. Thank you so much for that question. The specific amount I think that we are requesting is $150,000. And yes, it is specific to help us with the with various questions that are surrounding the implementation of housing laws. And I asked Kim Cole to add some more meat to my answer, but it is specifically a planning grant that will support staff in figuring out to adjust the housing laws towards our localities and our local circumstances.
And if I could actually just provide a little bit of clarity on where my mind is at and why I'm asking this, there is a discussion amongst the Housing Coalition of potentially trying to pool money together to collectively hire a consultant to develop data that we can all use regionally for the 6th cycle of the housing element. And so the questions coming in the sense of, are we setting this up for us to do this by ourselves, or is there still an opportunity for us to potentially pool money together to have a regional data provided for the housing element?
So, and again, Kim, help me if I say anything wrong. We are setting this up to offsetting internal staff costs, but I let Kim respond to that. I believe that was our intent. Kim, can you help us there?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the amount that's predetermined by the state of California for the city of Monterey is $150,000. That's the maximum amount we can apply for. What we were proposing to do was to apply for the grant to help us with the housing element update, which is basically data collection for the upcoming housing element cycle. And one of the things that we were particularly interested in is trying to develop a geographic information system layer on sites that are potentially available for housing, which is a required element of our housing element. So it's required in the housing element to identify sites in your city that are potential housing sites. So that was the proposal for the grant. This grant is due at the end of the month. There is a second grant that's available for permanent permanent low-income housing, that there are some regional discussions starting to occur, and that's due at the end of next month.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Good. Great answers. You got a thumbs up for that. Very good.
And then if I could maybe ask my question for number 9, and I'm not sure if it goes into what Ed was thinking, but if I could throw that out there now too, Mayor.
Yeah, sure. Ed says fine, then he'll get the last word that way.
So my question is I'm wondering, why are certain assessments and taxes, special taxes, included and others aren't?
So I will try to answer this question, and if I make a mistake, I'm sure Christine Davi will help correct me. So as the City Council is aware, FORA discontinues existence at the end of this month. So one of the efforts has been a series of legal agreements transferring responsibilities, creating successor plans for the various aspects. So when FORA was created, there was a community facilities district established to collect funds for habitat management. The current amount in that account is somewhere right around $17 million. Based on a formula and the city's obligations, we have a very, very small portion of the habitat responsibilities in comparison to many of our adjoining jurisdictions. And based on this, we're looking at receiving $45,000 to go towards habitat management of our small piece of Fort Ord, which is about 125 acres. So we'll be able to potentially do some protocol testing for some species that may occur or may not occur on our property. So your question about how does this compare to other taxes and other funding sources within FORA, I'll say they're each being individually dealt with as they're required to be addressed. And so this is the specific plan or the specific strategy for the habitat conservation planning money.
Good, and I know, Alan, anytime that you want to jump in, because you've been our FORA rep for years and you really have a great knowledge of these issues as well. So anytime you want to come in and help, that would be appreciated.
Happy to do so. I think I'll give Ed his chance to ask his question.
Okay, good. All right, Ed, over to you, please.
Great. So I guess it has to do with what's next. So that $45,000 would then come to us. Would we be looking at going out to an RFP and joining forces with other cities surrounding us so that we can have the power of a mini group or a mini JPA to establish, as an example, Seaside, Delray Oaks would be perfect partners, maybe Salinas, but we still have the looming mitigation species habitat to go through. So just wondering, does this come back to us in an RFP in the future?
So one of the opportunities we have in front of us is because Delray Oaks is directly adjacent to us and we have similar habitat and species, we need to monitor 2 or 3 species in the next couple of years to understand whether or not they exist on our property. So for example, Yaden's piperia is a flowering orchid. There may be an opportunity for us to work with Delray Oaks, and during the spring when they bloom, to be able to see if any exist on our property. We know that it's habitat for Yaden's piperia, but we have an opportunity to look in more detail. The other is a salamander. There is a water source a considerable distance from our property, and we are on the very outskirts of being habitat for that salamander. So there is some, the way you check that or potentially check that is you put up silt fencing and you look to see, and you put up potential catchment, and then you see if there's any of those species on your property. So I think there's an opportunity for exploration, and maybe we can work with Delray Oaks on that because we have similar species concerns.
Mayor, I have a question.
Great, thank you.
Good, and Councilmember Dan, please.
Does the staff project that 45,000 is going to cover this this project, or is it going to be more?
I think 45,000 will help us with the monitoring in the short term. If the species are actually discovered on our property, their ultimate way to address them with a future developer will not be covered by this $45,000.
But that'll be our responsibility to mitigate, I assume.
It would be the developer's responsibility.
If we develop it, and just to give you an idea, Council, is the main species in question where we would spend probably most of the money on is a salamander. And the salamander is actually nesting outside of our area, but is suspected of migrating around 2 miles. So we would basically put up monitoring stations to see if they actually decide to monitor into Monterey properties. They're coming actually from Delray Oaks properties. And if they don't touch any of the traps, any of the monitoring traps, we are done with the California salamander or whatever the exact species name is. So that is part of that. And of course, as Kim pointed out, Yaden's piperia is always a great topic. And the third species that I can't recall right now is as well there. So
Yeah, I think it's the spine flower.
yeah.
Okay. Alan, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, Kim and Hans did a great job of characterizing what's going on. We had, I don't know, a dozen, it seemed like a dozen meetings, special meetings just on this topic. And the goal originally was to try to create a regional JPA that would manage habitat for all of us. And the problem is just different jurisdictions have different species. Some of them are federal, some of them are state, and different goals. And it just ultimately did not work out. But that doesn't mean we couldn't enter into a more limited JPA like Councilman Ed mentioned, maybe with Delray Oaks or Delray Oaks and Seaside. And then the costs of maintaining the habitat there will be more than this 45,000, but they're fairly limited until we begin actually doing development and disrupting habitat. And then, as Kim said, at that point, that can be part of the negotiation with the developer. There are also ways to offset some impacts by setting aside land that maybe another jurisdiction sees. So Seaside has Yaden's piperia or California tiger salamander habitat that's in a developable area, but they're really not going to develop. It's possible for us to work out an agreement that way. So Hans and Kim are on top of all of this. The bottom line is the formula to determine how much we're getting was, again, pretty complex, a lot of negotiations. And in the end, because of the small amount of land we have, the majority of the money is going to like Seaside and the county and Delray Oaks and Marina. And that's really appropriate, to be honest, because we just don't have as much as they do.
Good. Are we good? Thank you so much. That's my end. Do we have any public comment yet on the consents?
We do. Our first caller is 1600 is the last 4 digits, and I'll go ahead and unmute this person. So,
okay. And I haven't forgotten that we do want to look at item 13, but maybe we can just get public comment right now, then we can go back to approving the consent and looking at item 13.
Okay, so these are all the consent items except for 13, correct?
Yes. Well, if someone wanted to talk about 13, that would be okay too. Okay. Because again, I think the Zoom meetings, they're pretty amazing when you think about it, but there is a certain amount of awkwardness, if you want to call it, because you don't have that give and take that you do when you have everybody in the same room. Mm-hmm. So let's welcome any comment at all about consent, please.
Great. And Mr. Mayor, how many minutes would you like to put on the timer?
Oh, 2 minutes would be great, I think.
Okay, I'll start the timer. I'll unmute them first and then start the timer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi there, you're live with the Monterey City Council. Hello. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Let's try it one more time. Here we go. Hi, 1600. You're live with the City Council. Can you hear us? Great. Welcome.
So, welcome. So this is the first time I've ever commented to the city council. I was having trouble getting online, so it didn't give the right phone number. So I apologize if I'm calling late to make a public comment. So my comment has to do with some of the things that have been said to the employees of City of Monterey in regards to the layoffs that just happened, the budget shortfalls, and other, comments that have been made to the workers of the City of Monterey. And the reason I'm calling is because I understand you're opening up facilities, and you told the City of Monterey employees that when this happened, that the part-time workers that were laid off also that are impacted, that you're going to bring back the full-time employees first. And as the budget improves and we get farther and farther away from being in a dire situation from the COVID virus, which we all understand is very critical to the City of Monterey, that you're going to employ the full-time workers. And now I understand that the council is pushing, or the city manager, I don't know who, maybe it's Allison from Human Resources, I don't know who, to hire part-time workers to open up facilities that these are usually younger people or people that are not as familiar with our facilities as their full-time workers. And to open up and having to have people trained to take care of all the things that the full-time workers know how to do very well and very competently and efficiently seems a little bit backwards. And I don't know what your guys' plan are, but say you hire these part-time workers and the economy improves.
I'm sorry, the time.
Full-time workers.
Sorry to interrupt you. I know we're wrapping two things. One, we're out of time, and second, this item is part of a budget. Will be part of the budget update that we'll be hearing this evening at 7:00 p.m. So we do ask that folks who are interested in discussing budget-related items, that includes staffing as well as part of that, please do chime in and call in when we hear the item, our only public hearing item. I'm not sorry, public appearance item at 7 p.m. this evening. But for our records, could you share your name so that we could have that in our minutes?
John.
I'm sorry?
John.
Oh, John. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and your feedback. We're going to hear from the next caller here is 5055. Hi, you're live with the Monterey City Council. Welcome.
Hi. I think I'm actually going to hold my comment for the budget. It's tied into more general comments for the budget. So
okay.
That would be at 7, correct?
That would be at 7:00 tonight. That's correct.
All right. I'll hold my comment till then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Our next caller, 3430. Hi. Thanks for joining. Hello.
Hi, this is Mary Alice, President of Fishermen's Wharf Association. Hello?
Yep. Hi, Mary. Mary Alice, we hear you. Could you?
I would like to comment on item 13, which involves extending the current local parking program in the White House.
I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you. Could you move away from your? Could.
Nat, can you try it again? We can't
Yeah.
hear it at all.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is, Mary Alice, can you move away from your TV set or your computer so that we could hear you? And
I just did.
okay, great.
So I'd like to comment on item 13, which involves extending the current local parking program in the waterfront lots. Many of our businesses on the wharf are just reopening and have suffered a huge financial loss over the past few months. Our 6 boat-based whale watching, fishing, sailing, and glass bottom boat businesses were only allowed to reopen last Friday and Saturday. However, under the phase 3 rulings for COVID-19, the wharf businesses are not allowed to operate at full capacity on the wharf, including our restaurants, boat businesses, and gift stores. They can only allow a few people at a time to shop and don't function well as a curbside business. For our even more critically important visitors from out of the area, we also would like to strongly recommend 2 hours or more free parking 7 days a week in the waterfront lot for our out of Monterey County visitors. It's critical that we help to jumpstart the businesses on the wharf, which also helps the city of Monterey. As you know, international travel is not allowed, and there are no international tourists. Domestic air travel is very limited now. The conference center business is in a state of hope with very few commitments. There are no major events that are bringing visitors to the wharf area either, as they've all been canceled. The wharf has missed business revenue from a substantial amount of the peak summer season that begins when school gets out and daylight saving time begins. Research by consultants of the Visitor Center indicate that the large amount of visitors will be from those in the drive market. That is, if families even have the discretionary income at this point, and so more people will drive their cars to Monterey. Day trips will probably be more popular than overnight stays, which means our visitors to the wharf will want to have easy access to the waterfront parking lot for the least amount of money. This 2-hour free visitor parking policy would become a key promotional point to attract more visitors to Monterey. We're not going to get back to our abundant annual sales at Old Fisherman's Wharf, along with the 3.9 million visitors overnight, without some new.
Mary Alice, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are on we do have a timer, and I tried to give you a little bit of extra time. Okay, thanks so much. We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's hear next from Wendy Brickman. Hopefully the audio issues are non-existent on this one. Hi, Wendy.
Hello.
Hi.
So I'm also going to comment on the parking policy. How are you guys?
We're well, thank you.
Good. So as Mary Alice just stated, Old Fisherman's Wharf was hit very, very hard by the COVID-19 from mid-March and continuing through today and into the future. And the revenue generated by the wharf businesses flows into the Thailand funds, which supports businesses now through the local business grant program, as well as improvements in the waterfront district. So the more money the wharf makes, the better it is for the city. At this point, we've learned that all of us in Monterey need to rely more than ever on the business patronage from our locals and our nearby visitors. Currently, the city staff is recommending that the city offer to extend the 2 hours free parking for the 4 slowest days of the week, Monday through Thursday. And we are grateful to the city that this program has been in place for several years. However, at this juncture, we need the city to help stimulate our local economy until a time when and if the wharf can rebound. For the local parking program, first of all, 2 hours, 4 days a week is not consistent with Cannery Row parking, which is free after 4. We believe that the longer the customers can stay at the wharf with free parking, the more likely they will have a great relaxed experience, non-rushed, whether on a whale-watching cruise, lunch, dinner, or shopping. We would like to strongly recommend that locals are allowed 4 hours free parking a day, 7 days a week to help increase the number of locals coming to the wharf and staying longer. We cannot do what we've done in the past, as we need to more quickly regain revenue for the wharf businesses and the city so everyone can survive. This is definitely not the time to keep things the same, and the wharf merchants need relief from all aspects of our economy. Thank you for your consideration.
Great. Thanks so much. We appreciate it, Wendy. That's all for public comment.
All right, good. Hans, you indicated that item 13 about the locals parking program was requested to be pulled by a citizen. Was that one with the wharf?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you heard from Mary Ellis and Wendy who asked that the item be pulled.
Okay, well, I think the fact that we kind of lumped everything together, I think we could put item 13 then back into the consent at large, and unless council members have any question about it.
So is now when you want to hear a discussion on item 13?
Yes, let's do that, or questions. If we're going to discuss it, yeah, why don't we just, we'll consider it pulled. Let's talk about item 13, please.
Okay, so let me kick it off by saying that in hearing the two speakers, and there was a letter also that was included in our packet from the Wharf Association. I think they raise an interesting question in terms of the 2 hours versus 4 hours. I think the Saturday, Sunday is really prime time that we do want the revenue, and we tend to have more folks coming from out of town on Saturday and Sunday. But I think the locals, if there's an opportunity to increase the period of time that locals would come and stay, you know, if 4 hours would allow them to come down and spend more dollars around the waterfront, I'd like to talk about that and hear the other council members' perspectives on expanding from 2 to 4 hours on the Monday through Thursday type of a schedule. And if we did that, we could certainly carve out and do that for a period of time that takes us to a defined area instead of a year, or permanently, we could say when we want to suspend that. But a way to kickstart maybe more locals, buy local, and getting down to the waterfront and also downtown as well. So what's everybody else think about maybe 4 hours?
I got a question about, oh, go ahead, Dan.
Well, we probably might have the same question, Alan. For me, I would just like to know what revenue loss we would have going from 2 to 4 hours, if the staff has that off the top of their head.
I don't have that number. I know our parking superintendent is logged in. I wonder if Christy has that number, please. And again, I believe the Wharf Association is asking for not just Monterey residents, but for all those in the county of Monterey, if I understand the letter correctly. Christy, if you can clarify that as well.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. So yes, I do not have the stats. I did not run the numbers to compare what it would be of a revenue to waive that for the 4 hours. So I can definitely prepare that. I do not have that available right now.
So my question is related to Dan's, but it's really, can we offset the lost revenue to the parking fund with revenue from the Tidelands Fund? In other words, if we know that this is going to cost us a certain amount, can the Tidelands Fund compensate the parking fund? And I'm a little bit worried because we put a lot of demands on the parking fund. We used it to give out grants to businesses. We've done some other things with it. So that's my concern, is if we can if that is a legally permitted accounting transaction.
I don't know, does our staff want to answer that off the top of my head? We probably have to go to the State Lands Use Commission for that kind of thing, but.
Before we answer that question, Alan, I should have done this before, but I looked in the staff report, and the staff is saying that it's but the 2 hour period would be a loss of $13,000. And is it safe to say, City Manager, that you could double that to 26? And if we're talking only $26,000 of loss to the parking fund, I just don't see that as a large loss to our budget, and that we probably gain a heck of a lot more for local use. It's just not a lot of money for me.
Can I go over the numbers for the 13,000? I'm just curious. I'm trying to pull up the report right now. But for 2019, for the fiscal year, there was $82,000 that was waived in the revenue for the locals program. So if you wanted to double that, then we would be looking at 160,000 loss. For 2018, the total waived revenue for the locals program was 85,000.
I'm sorry, but I was just looking at the report, and it said that the value of waived parking revenue is 13,656. Am I reading that incorrectly?
No, actually, thank you for pointing out. What I see now is that is what it is current to date as of January through May, which is we've been closed for March. The lot was closed from March 17th through May 22nd. So as of January through today, with that closure date in mind, it has been 13,000. Go ahead.
So obviously, between the summer months, it'll be a lot more. That makes sense. I didn't read that correctly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me jump in if I may. This is a continuation, as I understand, city manager, of a program that we've had for many, many, many years. And quite honestly, I've never heard a local complain that they haven't been able to go to the wharf. They really express an appreciation of this program. And from a restaurant's viewpoint, especially with COVID-19, folks better not be in that restaurant for 4 hours. And so I understand what the Wharf Association is talking about, but just going down there today or this weekend and looking at the gigantic number of people going to the wharf, it makes me comfortable with our current program, which has been very successful. And again, I'm just very worried about losing any kind of revenue in addition to what we've lost already. So I'm comfortable with the staff and the status quo.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add to that, of course you're right. If you go down for a dinner, it usually takes you up to 2 hours maximum to have a dinner. You know where you're going, you know your favorite restaurant, you know the wharf in and out. But the other part that I like to emphasize is that was also mentioned by Mary Ellis and Wendy, is that the city of Monterey is supporting those businesses very, very strongly. The parking fund has allocated $500,000 to small businesses, as well as the Tideland funds, $500,000 to businesses in the Tidelands. And that is, let's say it bluntly, the bulk of that businesses on Wharf number 1. And so I think the city has done a great deal of putting up our own funds with respect to that. And we are also in the business of recovering our cost. And for that also, I would basically just make the council aware that doubling those hours, I personally feel it's not really necessary for locals because they know where they are going. And the other part is I'm really also concerned about the revenue loss. The parking fund has spent $500,000 for the small business grants. Tidelands gave $500,000. I think the city of Monterey has done its fair share and is continuing doing its fair share with rent relief that we also offered for deferment from April, May. We are also a business. We also have layoffs. We also are bringing employees back, and that's also something just to consider.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, please, Councilmember Dan.
Hans, thank you very much for that. I'm just curious. We have, over the last year or so, spent some money out of the parking fund. And what are we currently at in the parking fund?
Thank you, Councilmember Albert. The parking fund right now, with the software upgrades that we are doing across all parking garages, that's a large, almost $3 million project. We purchased a building, if you remember, on Del Monte, adjacent to it. So the parking fund right now went from about $7 million to $1.175 million as of today. So while we are very hopeful that we can replenish those parking fund resources over the next few years, but we invested into technology, we invested into real estate, and the parking fund is, like every fund we have in the city, finite.
I don't know. Hearing that, I think I am with the mayor. I'm glad we're able to help out with the locals program, but I'm a little cautious about expanding it.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe we go ahead and approve this 2 hours, but I like Alan's idea of going back and looking in the Thailand funds to see if they could subsidize the extra 2 hours and maybe come back in July and say yes or no that it can or not once we get a staff report on it. What do you think about that, Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to continue to relook at this because we are in a new marketing time under new rules, and we're trying to attract as much business to Monterey as we can. And if we certainly can increase the Monterey County locals to come to downtown and the wharf and Cannery Row, I'm all for that. I'm just trying to interpret something I'm seeing in the staff report in the numbers. So I want to point out that the locals parking program in the paragraph is talking about, or the 82,700 for January to December is the downtown garage as well as the waterfront garage. And so the figure of 13,000 for January, well, 5 months of this year is 13,600. So that's correct, right, Hans? So 13,000 waves. So if we were to double that, we would be talking about an unknown dollar amount because this is a 5-month window for the waterfront program of 13,000. What we don't know is what that would be actually waiving going forward in future months if we were to go to 4 hours. So I'd like to look at this again, keeping in mind the Tidelands as a potential to find some ways to continue to market that opportunity, especially the Monday through Thursday when downtown and the waterfront area is basically, I can't say empty, but very, very light with lots of opportunities to attract people to come to Monterey. The only other thing I would offer on this too is to highlight the advertising piece, and that's to market the $20 annual rate for locals. So if we can enhance that and make sure we advertise that, there is a way for locals to get the $20 parking permit and don't feel like they want to fear the ticket that they may get. So if we can talk a little bit more about that in the advertising, that would be good.
All right, so I'm hearing that I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and also ask if the Tidelands Fund can be used for our local parking program.
Second. That.
Okay.
We haven't passed the rest of the consent agenda either.
No, we haven't. Thank you.
But can I just add to that we have a time frame for staff getting back to us on that? Because if they don't get back to us in August, then there's no use in.
Can I add one clarification to that?
Sure.
The waterfront parking lot is only partially in the Tidelands.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll need to count parking spaces, and I wouldn't be surprised if the number is clearly below 40 spaces. These are the numbers we could offset then. So I just want to make you aware that this becomes more a mathematical exercise than actually a help. And if this helps the council as well, to the best of my knowledge, we have not received any complaints from locals with respect of what we are doing in the front. They actually appreciate the 2 hours as they are right now. But we can come back by July, Councilmember Albert, second meeting July. It's easy. We have the maps as we are progressing, as we just rebuilt the parking lot waterfront, also with parking lot money and Tideland funds money. We have all the spaces identified. And I just wanted to give you a heads up that Tidelands can only replace what is in the Tidelands.
Mayor?
I'd still like to see that personally.
All right, let's do roll call, please.
Well, Mayor, I just have one comment to
Yes,
add to the
please,
dialogue.
Councilmember Tyler.
You know, when this comes back, it may be worthy for the Fishermen Wharfs Association to perhaps see if there's a way that they can support that program. So if we can help cover that through the Tidelands funds, but also if they're able to contribute to that as well, it might make it more appealing for us to be able to work with them on some kind of program. So I'm not sure if that's possible. I don't know what their budget looks like, but if they can support that and they find there's added value in it, then maybe there could be a partnership there.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Before I take the roll, could you clarify, was there a date connected with coming back? I know it was mentioned.
I think Hans said the middle of July, I believe.
Okay.
Second meeting in July.
Okay.
I said end of July, please.
End of July. Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes, I would entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent.
A second.
Okay, I guess I made the motion. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to rush us, but we are hoping to get to closed session, so we'll see how the rest of our agenda goes. So the next thing is we're going to adjourn to the Ocean View Community Services District meeting. It's very arcane and convoluted what all that means, so I'll simply explain that we're going to get an update on the community district. I've got a feeling there's no report or update, but I'll ask our terrific city attorney, Chrissy Davy, to answer that for us.
You are absolutely correct, Mayor. There's no update other than what we the report. Status quo.
And no action needed, so we'll
Correct.
come back to adjourn back to our city council meeting. And first item is a public hearing, item 18, and that's to allow home occupations without a permit process. And basically all the rules still apply, very extensive number of rules, but it won't require a special permit for someone to apply for that. And I think that it's a time and money savings. So unless council has any the need for a report, I know you've read it, that pretty much summarizes where we are. Any questions before we see if there's any public comment? All right, let's see if there's public comment. Please, Nat.
I think, Mr. Mayor, our recommendation was to continue this item.
Okay,
A recommendation to continue on July 7th as,
I didn't say that. Okay.
as well as item number 19, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. I missed that in the small print.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if it's in order, I would move that we continue item 18 until, do we have a date, Mr.
Yeah,
City?
July
Manager?
7th.
July 7th.
July 7th.
Councilor
Okay, I'll second that.
And that should be both 18 and 19, correct?
Right, yeah. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Hans. I had somehow missed that. Senior millennials like at least a 20 font size.
So just to clarify, as long as it's in order to include both 18 and 19, I wasn't sure if we could do that.
Okay, Chrissy, is that okay?
That is fine. I would just check to make sure there's no one in the public that wanted to comment on the action.
Yeah, with the understanding that we're continuing those two items, public comment?
Yep. We haven't had the, maybe we just need to take a quick moment to remind folks if people would like to comment, 831-225-0330 and enter the code 1927648#. This will be for any of those items that are being continued, 18 and 19.
18 and 19, thank you.
Mhm. We'll give folks maybe 10 seconds more to call in. I don't see any, so we can.
Okay, so we did have a motion and a second, I believe, Clementine.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Item 20 is to levy an assessment to fund the Canterbury Road, New Monterey, and North Fremont Business Improvement Districts. So Hans, I'll ask for a brief report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking Kim to do the honor.
Okay. Sorry, Kim, you can't punt it.
Just one moment. And can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Great, thank you very much. Mayor and council, as you're well aware, every year the council holds a public hearing to look at the business improvement districts and the annual levy of assessment. And there's 3 business districts covered by this action: Cannery Row, the New Monterey Business District, and North Fremont. State law establishes a process allowing areas to self-assess themselves, and that's what's occurred in these areas. There's 2 steps to the legal process. The first is to approve the district's advisory board, the annual report, and set a resolution of the hearing. The council completed that action on June 2nd, and today's action is to hold the public hearing. I just have a couple slides to show you how the business improvement districts are planning to spend the money that they raise. Cannery Row has always been focused on streetscape and maintenance efforts, as well as a historical identity plan. They have these really nifty historic maps that are shown on the slide, and they're also continuing to look at new projects like improvements to crosswalks and restrooms. The Lighthouse Business District predominantly focuses on promotion through either paper or web design. And North Fremont is putting some money towards streetscape and infrastructure, but the bulk of the money is designated for marketing. And with that, staff is recommending that you adopt the resolution to levy the assessments to fund the BIDs this year. And you are required to open the public hearing and accept any protests to this action. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So in a protest hearing, what we would need to approve this is a 50% plus 1 protest.
And it's actually a weighted vote.
With a weighted vote, and then it's both written and oral. So did we get any written protests that we know of?
No, we did not.
All right, then we'll open up the public hearing to find out if there's any oral protests to levying these business improvement district fees.
Yep, we do not have any public comment, and for the last 2 minutes since Kim delivered her presentation or began her presentation, we've had the Chiron up. So again, no public comment. Good.
Well, I think that speaks to the fact that there's really a lot of support from the business districts, and they're very much included in all the decision making. So I think it's a good statement for how successful these have been. And again, personally congratulate them for putting their own money into promotion and helping the city. So unless there's further comment, we could entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
I'll second it.
Approval.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, thank you. And public appearance, and this is to provide direction regarding negotiating with Monterey City Disposal Service, which has very superbly served the city of Monterey for a lot of years, to have an exclusive waste hauling franchise agreement until 2030. So again, I think Hans or staff will explain what this is all about for us, and we would invite the public, if you want to share thoughts, this is the time to get in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ted will present this item to you. Ted?
Okay.
Hello, Ted.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
1 second while I pull this up. Okay, everybody can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Hans. As you said, we're just looking today to get some direction on our next franchise hauling agreement. Right now, we do have our agreement with Monterey City Disposal Service, but it is coming to an end. Actually, it ended in 2018 with the possibility for 3 one-year extensions. But what we're looking at right now is sort of a critical point that we need to make or looking for direction from council. But just to set it up very quickly, Monterey City Disposal Service has been our hauler for the past 40 years. They do provide waste collection services for the Naval Postgraduate School in Presidio as well. They operate at the city's Ryan Ranch facility where they recover recyclables, and they do pay rent to the city for that facility, as well as the sale of the recyclables offsetting waste collection rates. They also provide street sweeping services for the city and funding for city staffing and programs, in addition to the franchise fee received from them that goes to the general fund. Some key considerations as we talk about this basically is that Monterey City Disposal is currently providing very competitive rates. They're below medium cost for all major collection services. And actually, if you've seen any of the news, you've seen recently Carmel approved a 42% rate increase on June 2nd, and actually Pacific Grove is looking at a potential 25 to 30% rate increase that they'll be considering tomorrow at their council meeting. So it's even the discrepancy is even greater between the cost of services in Monterey and the other cities. The one critical issue too with going out for an RFP is that if the city goes out for a request for proposals on our own to get more bids for a new franchise, we'd be limited by the economy of scale. Basically, the fact that we're one city of 28, to 30,000 people, depending on the time. But that would limit responses from outside the area or outside of Monterey County. We may get responses from local haulers that are here. They have fleets here and trucks here, and they wouldn't need to mobilize into a new area for a relatively small city. Ultimately, we likely get responses from only the haulers that are already here, and we're already pretty competitive with their prices, as we've seen. The other issue with an RFP process is it can take a year and a half to implement from the time you actually go out to the RFP, you do the interviews, and then start rolling out a new truck fleet, transferring over employees and that sort of thing can take quite a bit of time. And that is actually the same time that we're going to need to become into compliance with SB 1383. And those regulations will be adopted anytime and be effective the beginning of January 2022. And I think our time would be much better served working on compliance with that rather than being a year and a half behind looking for an outside hauler. And also that last point there is just that hauler transitions can be very disruptive. I'm not sure if you heard a few years ago when Green Waste came in from out of the area, and they took the franchises from Waste Management for the peninsula. It's usually a bumpy transition. Just transferring carts and services and transferring over can be disruptive to the city. One final thing to consider was that 5 years ago, 7 of the 9 marina landfill, the Regional Waste Management District member agencies participated in a regional franchise procurement process that the city was not able to participate in, nor was Monterey County, because our franchises didn't allow it at the time to have an opening to do that. And the next opportunity is likely in 2030. And that's when staff recommendation is that we focus on where we would benefit from the approved economy of scale of all going out together and get a much better response from not just local haulers, but haulers from outside the area that could potentially come in and take business from several cities at once and provide a better price. So those are kind of the key concepts I wanted to present, and just to leave it open to any questions or comments you might have at this time.
Well, thank you.
No. Mayor, I have one question.
Yes, please, Councilmember Tyler.
Hi, Ted. Thanks for the presentation and the work that's gone into this. I'm just wondering if you could describe a little bit of the history in regards to what's led to basically all the other cities on the peninsula moving over to green waste, and what's caused us to stick here.
Sure. Several years ago, so at the time, all of the 7 peninsula cities that have green waste recovery right now did have Waste Management as their hauler at the time. And Waste Management is still the hauler for the county of Monterey. At the time, we did receive a good amount of feedback in terms of that RFP I mentioned in 2015. I actually served on that panel, just sort of as a observer and to actually help comment, even though the city of Monterey wasn't participating. And just compared to the costs and services, Green Waste was pretty aggressive with the level of outreach and education, a lot of the programs they were promoting, the prices they were promoting. And I think a lot of the cities were looking for some different options and then different approaches from their hauler. And it ended up that the 7 cities available for a transfer to a new franchise ended up choosing Green Waste. Even though each city chooses its own hauler, each franchise agreement is separate. They didn't have to do that, but based on what was offered, the rates and services, and through the interview process, each city eventually came to their own conclusion that they'd be better served bringing in the outside hauler at the time of green waste recovery to serve them locally.
And where are they located at? Or where's their base at? Is that in Watsonville?
Right. They are. The truck yard right now is located at the Marina landfill. That was kind of part of some of the agreements and the work that they did, and actually contributed to some of the rates and services they were able to offer, that they were able to actually park and fuel their trucks at the Marina landfill using compressed natural gas, where they have a slow fill overnight and they can park locally without having having a yard locally to do the work here on the peninsula.
No, I was just referring to their headquarters.
I think it's the Bay Area.
Okay.
Yeah, they're San Jose, Tyler.
Okay, thanks, Ed. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Dan.
Yeah, thank you. So Ted, what is the current value of the rental income we receive from the recycle center out at our corporate yard?
I believe the rental revenue we receive from the yard right now, the last time I checked, was approximately $600,000 annually.
So per year. And if we did take it out to an RFP, I would assume that the next hauler, we would want them to use that facility site so we can continue to rent and get the income. And I remember a couple years ago when we went to a yearly to get to this point, that was one of the reasons why we chose to stay with Monterey Disposal, because of the amount of income that we could get from the rental process, I think. Isn't that correct? I think it is.
Absolutely. Part of the considerations is that they do operate at the facility there and sell our recyclables out of that facility, which directly lowers our rates for waste collection. But obviously, having that facility there, the foresight to build that facility in the 90s, they just paid off the bond a few years ago that they were paying off in Monterey Disposal. And now basically the city is able to reap the benefit from that foresight and receive that rental income from operations there. It's really designed specifically as a transfer station. It really couldn't very easily, I think, be converted into another use. So that's part of the issue too, is that we would likely need some operations to occur there in order to receive that revenue and still make use of that facility on city property.
So because it's worth over 10 years, almost $7 million to the city, I would be in support of moving this to 2030.
If that's a motion, Councilman Albert, I would second it.
I think we have to take it out to the public, but it wasn't a motion, but I'll make it a motion as soon as the public,
Okay, good. Well, let's do that and go out for public comment if there is any.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we do have public comment, and our first caller, only one so far, is 6690. Hi, you're live with the Monterey City Council. Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Mike Becker, Canterbury Road Company. Good afternoon. This has been an experience, first time. I would like to make a strong motion, and I'll make a motion to extend this contract to 2030.
Great. Is there no other public comment from you, Mr. Becker?
Well, my experience with it in the last 40 years has been, I'm getting an echo. I'm going to put me on mute here. I work with 5 different waste haulers in the surrounding area, within 100 miles. I have nowhere the service, nor the friendliness, or the expertise in this area. And I will also say, in terms of costs, this company is taking care of the city of Monterey. Other costs in other cities have jumped anywhere from 15 to 22% increase with these new contracts or extended contracts. And I'm telling you, that's a hit in the budget when you go up 19%. If you read the Pine Cone last week, now Carmel is a special city, they went up something like over 29% with certain special services. I have to say that. But I also operate a waste station in Cannery Row. So Tom Carolla and his company picks up what I call packed waste, not loose. And the savings for Cannery Row and its retailers has been tremendous. The services I receive go above and beyond. Emergency weekends, holidays, they always answer their phone and I get service. In terms of recycling, we don't speak in pounds, we speak in tons. And we're talking tons per week in terms of glass, plastic, especially cardboard. One compactor can weigh up to 6 to 8 tons in one haul. And Tom takes care of this for me on a weekly basis, especially wet waste. And we also do food and et cetera, et cetera. So for the past over 13 years, the relationship for Cannery Row has been excellent. And this family-owned business has served well. And I think we should extend the contract. And that way he can do business as usual. And with the long-term extended contract, he can actually get some loans and lending for maybe some possibly new equipment.
Thank you, Mike.
That is my 3 cents. I appreciate the time.
Yep. No, thanks for your 3 cents, Mike. We appreciate you calling in. And no other public comment for this item.
Okay, well, then we'll ask Dan if he wants to make his motion official now.
He does. He just hasn't unmuted himself.
I had to find the mute button. Sorry about that. A point of order. I'm not sure, is the staff asking for action? Because it doesn't say, it just says provide direction. And if provide direction means to go ahead and make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation, I can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I think that's always good for clarification. Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Mr.
Michael
Mayor.
Becker just summarized it really well, why we've been so happy with Monterey disposal over all these years. And I would concur with what he said. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, kudos to my high school graduate, Michael Becker. He did a good job from class of 71, PG High. So here's a legal question, and I don't know that I need an answer tonight because we're giving direction to negotiate, but I need to know what the legal standing is that allows us not to go to an RFP, where we can go directly negotiate with the current vendor. So what is it that allows us to not have to go to an RFP? Do we want to get an answer tonight, or do we want to wait for the next meeting?
If it's a short answer.
The state resources code makes actually an exception for refugee haulers, and we are in good standing in making that applying that exception. And with your expressed will, we can use the state resources code to apply that exception and go sole source with Monterey City Disposal.
Okay, with that, you saved me having to read the last page of the staff report. Thank you, Hans.
Our city attorney is.
I'm so sorry, I've been frozen and then I just came back on, but I think did Hans answer your question, Councilmember Smith?
Yeah. He did a great job, but we still need you. I'm satisfied, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. All right.
I just have one follow-up question. Could I just get clarity on why there couldn't be a reuse of the land that's currently being used?
The land can be reused, of course. You can tear down the buildings that are there. It's a very specialized facility right now. It contains basically a corporation yard, an office building, a maintenance facility for the trucks, as well as a material recovery facility. And that material recovery facility is basically a huge recycling center that sorts all the recyclables for the city of Monterey. And as part of our contract that we have with this particular waste hauler, the citizens, the residents, the businesses get direct benefits from the recycling center as the recyclables are being sold on the marketplaces. Having said that, it is a very specialized area. A new waste hauler will probably not move into that facility because the Uniform Franchise Agreement makes it mandatory to use the facility out at the district. But Councilmember Williamson, it's just land, and then anything can be put in that land, giving that water is there and it's zoned in the appropriate way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good questions as always. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes, and I think that concludes our public portion of this meeting. And so we're going to adjourn to closed session. I'm wondering if there's anybody in the queue who wanted to talk about closed session items, Nat, that we know of?
Not that we know of. We may want to just spend one moment putting up a lower third caption that reads closed session items. Again, for the members of the public, you can dial 831-225-0330, enter the code 192-7648# to enter the conference system, and then dial *5 to raise your hand if you're interested in speaking on any items that will be discussed during closed session. And I see no comments or no callers rather at this time.
All right, then we'll adjourn to closed session, which will require a new login on a different Zoom meet. So we'll see everybody shortly. Thank you. welcome everyone to COVID-19 new protocols for having public meetings. This is the afternoon session of your city council. And the one item on the agenda is to take a look at our budget revisions for this fiscal year. But before we do that, if I will ask Matt Rojanasthira to put up an image of the American flag for us, if he does have that.
I am going to pull that up right now. One moment, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, good. Thanks so much, Nat. Would everyone join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you here on the Zoom, and thank you everyone at home. We do appreciate that. So this is a continuation of our afternoon meeting, and as I said, we'll be looking at the budget. First thing we're going to do is continued public comments. If you had an opportunity in the afternoon to make general public comments about not on the agenda, that was your turn. And we'll have new people this evening. Excuse me. There's so much light outside. I said this afternoon. And so under public comments, this would be anything that's not on the agenda. So if you have some thoughts to share on the budget revisions, we ask that you wait, and we will be sure to hear from you at that time. And these are comments that are within the jurisdiction of the Monterey City Council. And Nat, do we have a queue? How are we looking so we can ascertain the amount of time to allow?
Yes, the Chiron is just going up now, and we should probably read the instructions for those who are
following. Yeah, thanks. What would I do with all you guys with that to remind me, right? Okay, please do that, because the rules are a little bit different. Well, obviously the format's totally different, but this will let you know how you can share some thoughts with us. So it will be on the screen, Nat, as well as orally?
That's correct. It should be on the screen. Should be on the screen now. But again, and this is just a reminder for members of the public who are watching. We encourage you to watch on YouTube Live because that has the shortest delay of about 10 seconds. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app or Google Play. We're also on the Apple App Store. To make a public comment when viewers are watching live on YouTube or on channel 25, you'll see a Chiron, also known as a lower third caption, on the bottom of your screen. At that time, feel free to call into the conference line. That number is 831-225-0330. When prompted, enter the code 1927648#. Once you've entered the system, you can dial *5 to raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. And we do, as Mayor Roberson reminded all of you earlier, right now we're opening up comments for items not on the agenda and not the budget item yet. We do ask and want to remind you too that callers will be automatically unmuted when it's their turn to speak, and that callers please turn off your television or computer's speakers or go to another room when you're connected by phone, because any of that background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. And so I'll be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised and call out either the last 4 digits of their phone number before I unmute them, or also be calling them by their name based on caller ID. Tonight, we are anticipating substantial public comment. So I understand from the mayor that we'll be limiting our time to 2 minutes per speaker, and we'll be running the clock. And we do ask that all members of the public calling in, please do stay within that 2 minutes. We will have to cut you off after those 2 minutes and move on to the next speaker, and don't want to do that. So please keep your comments brief. That's all, and we can open up public comment for those items, again, not on the agenda. So we do have one caller. I can go ahead and take that if you like, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, again, we want to reiterate, we certainly want to hear from everyone. Our meetings have been 6.5-hour meetings for about the last 3 meetings, most of it on the budget. And so when we get an opportunity to share later on the budget, we want to assure everybody that we have heard from you. Also want to let everyone know, thank you for the emails. We do read all of the emails. They are entered in the public record. I probably received close to 300 emails from a site that people use called 8 Can't Wait. And so I just wanted to remind everybody that I did receive those, and to remind everyone that the city of Monterey is part of President Obama's police use of force project. The city for 5 years has implemented the 8 protocols that have been cited in those emails. And it was my pleasure to sign a pledge that we certainly would have those protocols, and our police are practicing them. So if I was just thinking, if anyone wanted to call in about the status of that, I thought I'd give you a status report before we began, so you would know if that was something you wanted to share with us. I wanted to let you know it has happened. It's been ongoing in our city since the Obama project started, which was actually 5 years ago. So that's just a status update, in case that's something you were wondering about in your public comments. So with that, Nat, let's go.
Okay, sounds good. We'll take the first caller again for items not on the agenda tonight. Caller 5055.
Hi. Thank you for addressing that topic about the police protocols, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to continue with my statement. Good evening. My name is Andrew Ron, and I'm a student at the Monterey Institute of International Studies, studying international policy and development. My reason for calling is a desire to express my support for Councilmember Williamson in his efforts to bring appropriate adjustments to the city's budget in the wake of the national outcry regarding the status quo of policing and its imbalanced impact on the minority community. Given the destabilizing nature of COVID-19 and the resulting strain on the city's budget, this is a perfect time to get creative. To shut down these innovations before they can even be considered would display a significant lack of foresight and an outright dismissal of the interests of Monterey's minority communities, therefore the interests of Monterey as a whole. I believe that this includes a shift in police recruitment standards as well as a review of the traditional protocols that prioritize police involvement in issues that are an easy task for trained social workers or medical personnel. Although it's admittedly difficult to recruit personnel for law enforcement positions, I support raising the bar for education levels. The current minimum education requirements for entry-level recruits in the Monterey Police Department is a high school diploma or a GED. That's absolutely paltry in light of the everyday demands of the position. If I wanted to recruit an individual for a position that was expected to carry out the tasks of a social worker and a medic and a police officer and a psychologist, I wouldn't even consider someone without at least a bachelor's in social work. It just wouldn't be fair to the individual in that position. Proper and discerning management will require at least one of two things. The first being that the city task less than felonious cases to specialized social worker traffic units. The second being that the police department changes education requirements for recruits and current officers. Additionally, I encourage the city to consider pursuing outside means in policing and reviewing officer infractions at the Monterey Police Department. Internal reviews for officer infractions while on the clock has historically proven to protect potentially corrupt and unreliable officers and should be avoided at all costs. I want to clarify that Monterey has done a respectable job in pursuing reforms and supporting community policing efforts. This is not a night at the police department, but a call to address the real risk and liability.
I'm sorry, but we're going to have to, as we mentioned before, really have a lot of comment to take. So we'll go on to the next caller, 0172. Hi, thanks for joining us. Hello?
Good evening, this is Diane Delormier. Hello?
Yep, hi.
Hi, this is Diane Delormier, and I'm calling on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Monterey Public Library Friends and Foundation, and I'd like to read a letter that's approved by our board at our meeting yesterday. Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you for your comments at the June 2nd meeting affirming the importance of library services to the Monterey community. We know that you have heard from many residents with the same concern. We are especially grateful for your direction to make $1.3 million available from one-time deferred VRS and
CEB payments to offset reductions to the library and recreation budget. We are disappointed to learn that more than $365,000 of this has been applied to retain positions in other areas, leaving $900,000 for the proposed reopen and hiring fund. We listened to your deliberations on May 27th and on June 2nd, and we know that setting priorities for our community under these circumstances is an enormous challenge. We recognize the value of all city services and city staff. However, we remain concerned that the reductions proposed in plan before you are not the best reflection of the community's needs and values. The plan cuts the library, recreation, and museums an average of 60%. If the city manager allocates the entire $900,000 reopen and hiring funds to library and recreation services, the average reduction will still be about 53%. All other departments are cut an average of 10.4%. To this point, to point out the disparity is not to argue that cuts should be applied equally across all departments. It is to recognize that the proposal mandates painful belt tightening for most of the cities, and devastation for three prized community programs.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to. We appreciate your feedback, but we'll need to move on. Thank you so much for your call.
Excuse me, just as a point of order, Mr. Mayor, are we on public comment on non-agenda items or agenda?
Yeah, we are, and folks have been talking about the agenda. You're right. About the budget. Yes. Nat, anyone else?
No one else, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, good. We'll ask those folks then, with all due respect, not to call in again about when we get to the budget, because they shared their nice thoughts with us. All right. So let's go to the budget and take a look. Since the last time we have met, the council has heard the community, and as the city manager shortly, and also our incredible finance director will be sharing updates with you very shortly. And just to put it in a little context, if I may, I'm not going to make the staff report for you this time. That's a joke. But I want to put it in perspective, and as the introduction, just to once again read a quote that just stuck out to me so much. It was by Stephen Merrill, who's a financial planner in the Monterey Herald. And he said, "We are passing through one of the great moments in history. Never before has every major economy in the world slowed so suddenly and in near perfect lockstep. A recent report from the International Monetary Fund estimates the pandemic could cost world economies upwards of $9 trillion. And lost in output for 2020 and 2021 are about $13 billion per day between now and the end of the year. The price tag of this crisis is staggering." So I wanted to put that in a large context. Then also just share what we're looking at with respect to our recovery plan. And we all know, with all the meetings we've been to, our staff's going to talk about recovery from the health pandemic and the economic devastation. And then there's 5 R's. Revenues. We'll give you an update on revenues, because obviously city services depend on revenues. And when the revenues are there, we can restore services and rehire. And as we're reopening, I would remind everybody about responsibility. The various Zoom meetings that I've had, businesses and hotels, restaurants, local businesses are very much under the guidance of the governor and the health department, and have a responsibility to, as they reopen, to make it safe. And on the other hand, I have a responsibility to make sure that I'm practicing the protocols as well. And we have to have trust. And are we going to use a facility? When the sports center opens, we're going to make sure it's very safe. When the library is allowed to reopen, and that's in stage 4, unfortunately, we're going to make sure it's very safe. So we're going to hear a little bit about the recovery, what has happened since our last meeting. and we'll get an update about revenues, restoring services, rehiring, reopening, and responsibility. And I won't go on any further. You've heard it all before. It's probably something that there's certain, you know that old question, what keeps you awake at night? Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of things keeping me awake at night. Probably the most stressful time since I've been on the council initially in 1981, because we're all trying to do the right thing. We all want to be on the team together. We have to make priorities, and hopefully everyone will understand that this caring city council is trying to do the right thing. And then finally, we keep saying this is temporary, and I believe that, and it's also a flexible instrument. A budget is just that. I'm hoping that we'll be back here in 3 months with a larger budget, and then more people coming back. And perhaps in a year, maybe 2. I don't know how long that's going to take. It's the great unknown. But we'll be back to some kind of new normal, and we can maybe celebrate together that we made it through this crisis. So we really do want to talk about working together, sharing your ideas, and this won't be the only time we're going to be looking at this budget. I imagine we're going to be looking at it quite often, maybe every other month or more as things change. So that's kind of how I'm looking at this in a large way, in a macro way, and to put it in the context. City of Monterey, like a lot of small business, well, we are a business in a way. We really are suffering. There is legislation I read of a possible $1 billion from the state going to local governments. We'll see. I don't see Heroes 4 coming out of Congress helping small cities, but we always have our fingers crossed that way too. And revenues are the key to all of this reopening and rehiring. So, Hans, are you going to turn that over to? Am I missing something, Chrissy?
Just closed session announcements. If you don't mind, I'll just report out closed session real quickly.
Sure. Thank you. So our esteemed city attorney once again said, Mayor, you skipped something. And so I want you to all remember everything I just said, and you could reopen that file in a moment. But we did have a closed session this afternoon. Chrissy, would you like to tell everyone what happened?
Yes, it's hard to follow your great budget introduction, but I will report out of closed session now that the City Council accepted the concession offers from MEA, PLMA, and MFCOA that include a 5% salary reduction for 6 months and a deferral of the 2% July 1st salary increase for 6 months. The City Council also accepted the concession offer from MFFA that included a 1-year deferral of the 2% July 1st salary increase and an additional 2% PERS contribution for 1 year, and no additional salary increase in July of 2021. Finally, the City Council did not accept a concession offer from GEM and gave confidential direction to its negotiators, and all of this was done on a unanimous roll call vote.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor, can I interrupt for 1 second, please?
Oh, please, Councilmember Dan Albert.
City Attorney Davy, could you just, for our public, could you just go over those acronyms for everyone?
Yes.
Would you mind?
Oh boy, yes, I will try. And
I'm happy to do it, Chrissy. Would you like me to do it?
That would be fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Way to put it on the spot, Dan.
Okay. All right. Hi, Mayor and council members. I would just like to let you know that the PLMA is our Police Lieutenant Management Group. So those are our command staff in our police department. MFCOA is our division chiefs and our assistant chief in the fire department. MEA is our Management Employees Association. Those are our miscellaneous, so non-fire, non-police managers. And then we have MFFA, which is our Monterey Firefighters Association, and those are our firefighters. And then the GEM unit is the General Employees of Monterey, and that's our non-fire, non-police, miscellaneous, non-management employees.
Thank you, Allison.
Yeah.
All right, good. I think now we're to our budget update and recommendation and action. Again, a flexible budget, and we're very much hoping a temporary budget. So with that, we will turn it over to our talented city manager, Hans Uslar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Mr. Mayor, your introduction was spot on. There is a movement from the state to allocate funding to the cities. That is correct. This is funding not to offset revenue losses, but that is funding to offset COVID-19 related expenses that we have to document. And as far as I understand right now, it will be around $12 per capita maximum, which is approximately $335,000 for the city of Monterey in reimbursement for COVID-19 related expenses and not offsetting losses of revenues. This is, again, information that we received last week from the League of California Cities, but this is, of course, fluid information, and the legislature is sitting right now and is providing a budget for the governor, and there will be a lot of back and forth about the several budget measures that are coming over the next couple of weeks. But as you know, the state of California has to have a budget in place by June 15. We also need to have a budget in place, and with that, I will start my presentation for tonight. And what I'm trying to do tonight is setting up the follow-on presentation by our finance director, and she will talk about more details about our proposed budget for fiscal 2021. Mr. Mayor, you were spot on. The budget will accompany us over the next 12 months. We will be working inside this budget document for some time. And every 2 or 3 months, I expect that we are going in front of council to adjust numbers. And I do this optimistically because I want to go into the budget and edit the budget upwards as we see our numbers, our revenue numbers, hopefully going up. So I hope you have my slide right now in front of you, and I will go and present now.
There we go.
So the COVID-19, it's always helpful to remind where we are and why we are where we are. COVID-19 really hit us hard. It eliminated almost all of our recreational and library programs. It forced us to close our recreation centers, our sports center, our library, and we often forget to mention the conference center, but also there were employees that were welcoming guests, and we had to close also the conference center. More than 102 positions were eliminated. 74 employees were affected of actual layoffs. Our hospitality industry, which is our main revenue source here in the city of Monterey and also on the peninsula, has been devastated. We are still in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. Those of us who were watching the news between the 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock session of the council, you saw reports that China, Beijing, is ramping up again social distancing measures as they see very, very modest spikes in Beijing, but they are going back to more stricter measures. So in our county, we see also our numbers are rising at a certain pace that does not yet lead to reversing course right now. So the question that is also at our mind when we are looking at at our budget. Are we going towards stage 4, or are we stagnant, or is there a possibility of eventually going back to stage one? So our budget task was to be reflective of the many unknowns that are ahead of us. And our actions today really determine how we are getting through the next 12 months and are really determining the fiscal future of our city. Just to put this also in perspective, we started out with a public health crisis, a worldwide pandemic. City reopening is now our challenge. We had a finance crisis, which is also a local, a regional, a state, a world economy crisis. The world economies are all in fiscal crisis right now, and we have also now a social justice crisis that was coming forward over the last 2-3 weeks that also bring forward topics we have to address, and we have to discuss, and we have to find solutions for problems or for issues such as racism, Black Lives Matters, policing, etc. So we are looking at a public health crisis, we are looking at a finance crisis, and also we are looking at a social justice crisis. This is the task that we all have to address as a society over the next 12 months, and the city of Monterey, of course, has to do its part as well. However, having said that, let's take a look back. And if you look into your rear mirror, you say objects in mirror are closer than they appear. And what I mean by that is it seems like years we are working in the COVID-19 reality. But really, we started on March 13, March 16, we switched our city operations, almost all offices, directly into telecommuting. And that was really a huge accomplishment, and it's really something that not a lot of other cities were able to do that fast. The council was fast in finding issues, and you did something on March 25th by enacting an eviction ordinance. A day later, the governor actually followed suit and issued an executive order for the whole state of California, but we were out of the starting gate before the governor. On April 29th, you listened. We identified the budget shortfall at that time at $10.5 million, and you helped us fix that budget shortfall. On the same night, we also invested $1 million of parking fund, entitlement fund into our local economy with a clear understanding that we want to help our small businesses. Also, on the same night, we realized that a lot of folks are losing their jobs, and a lot of folks will be in dire need of getting help with their rental payments. And the council approved an $800,000 emergency rent assistance program. And we are working on those details right now. On June 2020, we started laying off employees, but we also started bringing back employees, because as we were opening our facilities, and by that I'm talking mainly about the parking operations, but also in a very, very small amount the library, we brought employees back as we are allowed to open those facilities. June 11th, be proud, our Monterey's library was the first in the county to be open for curbside pickup, and a great compliment goes out to our library director and her staff that made this happen, and they are working feverishly in complying and bringing books to the customers, and I can tell you right now that this program has been very well received. Just yesterday, the mayor, vice mayor, and our team sat together and we approved the first batch of 34 grants for small businesses in the city of Monterey. Around $225,000 worth of checks will go to small businesses, ranging from a second-hand store to barber shops, to hair salons, to small restaurants, not franchised owned, but small local restaurants, over $225,000 go there, and we are proud of the partnership that we have with the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, and mainly also with the Community Foundation, who dedicated a team of 7 folks in reviewing all those grants and giving us those recommendations. So again, objects in mirror are closer than they appear. We are doing something. We have put a lot of effort and also a lot of our taxpayers' dollars towards our economic recovery. And again, I talked about the emergency rent assistance program. We think that we are ready for prime time by the end of July and August 2020. And as we also learned in our outreach, we will try to address also emergency rent assistance for those folks that are renting room, that are basically not the primary renter for a flat, but for rooms in those flats, because they might fall through the cracks if we weren't made aware by someone of that. And we are grateful, and we are working to make that happen as well. Lastly, let's not forget, June 3rd, this great city turned 250 years. And when I say that, and you heard me use this many times before, that means that over the 250 years, city councils, city staff, but more importantly, residents, businesses, neighbors have faced quite a number of challenges and a number of crises. And I think what this council has done over the past 3.5 months is really exemplary, and we should be all proud of that. And it's a great tradition of our slogan, under, forward. We always want to look forward. Monterey turned 250 years, and 2020 will be a great year in December 2020 for all of us. But here are some thoughts that I want to share with you. Some of the struggles that we are going through right now. It's part of what I also like to call the reality check. It's clear to all of us that we cannot dictate when we want to open a facility, when we want to open the sports center fully to everyone, when do we want to open the library, the Schulze Center, or the conference center. It's not the governor who tells us when to open it. It's not the health department. It's actually the pandemic. The pandemic is in charge. And so we have to wait. We have to be cautious, and we have to wait to really make determinations of when we can expose employees and visitors to our facilities in a safe, sustainable way. Everyone is talking about the second spike, and we might be still just within the first spike. Everyone is talking that vaccines are coming, and we understand that vaccines might be the solution to really coming back to almost normal again, but the vaccines are not out there. We have to wait for that as well. I'm talking about reality checks. We need to get used to phased reopenings. We need to be careful when we are opening up our facilities, and we need to be conscientiously tinkering with the system as we open. As we see weak points, we need to improve our protocols, our guidelines, etc. And again, when can we commit again to all of our employees to be back on payroll, to be safe back on our payroll, and also to be sure that they work in safe facilities? All this we have to think through, and we are doing it. As you heard, the sports center is phasing to be open, hopefully by Friday. I cannot guarantee that we are open on Friday, but that's what we are shooting for a very slow phased opening. We told you that we want to bring employees as soon as we can, and we brought back employees so far. I talked about it briefly. The parking operations are not fully operational again. The east and west garage, as well as the Cannery Row parking garage, are still not staffed because we are doing technical upgrades there. But we brought back quite a number of employees into parking, and we also brought back a full-time employee who was never actually laid off, and we just were able to match the dates up with the date of return. And he is helping us with the technology to create a system for the grab and go system in our library. Always keep in mind the following. Our finances, our reserves are finite. Monterey is not a gold mine. We are not sitting on infinite money, money accounts, etc. We have a reserve of $13.7 million, yet our projected loss is estimated of $18 million, probably more. We are using here a number that is less pessimistic, and it's also less optimistic. Is this the right number? No, because it's a projection, it's an estimate. Having said that, please look at the two numbers, $13.7 million reserves that should last us for many years, and $18 million lost just in one fiscal year. So here's what we have to do. Our mission is we have to balance the budget based on our projected income. And we need to also have within the budget the flexibility to restore the core services when revenues are increasing. What I mean by that is when our revenues are increasing, when we are allowed to open our facilities, we need to be able to quickly staff up in our library, in our conference center, in our recreation center, in our sports center, etc. So the budget is designed to be in a certain way a fluid document right now, because we cannot predict when we will do what. So the budget, I feel, tries to address the many known and unknown variables. And as I told you a couple of slides ago, the unknown variables keeps coming. Social justice, police funding, these were not topics we had to deal with 3 weeks ago. And it gives you an impression also how creating a budget is in this year for FY 2020 of particularly difficulty. But we try to address the many known and unknown variables to give you, the council, the best possible budget for the next 12 months. A centerpiece of this revised draft that is in front of you came out of the discussion we had 2 weeks ago, Tuesday night, when it was discussed to put more money into the middle column between alternative A and alternative B into the average scenario. And we came up with the idea of calling it the Reopening and Hiring Fund. And we feel that this is a very appropriate fund that is showing transparency, because we show how much money is in there, and will allow us out of the centralized fund to allocate the funding to the appropriate departments that will require that funding. We cannot predict right now when we are fully opening the sports center. We cannot predict right now when we have the library fully restored with all services. This fund will give us this responsiveness and the transparency for everyone to see what it is. It allows us the leverage to allocate those fundings more precisely. We can look at the cost recovery that programs have, and here I speak about the recreation and sports center programs, and we can really figure out what is that delta? What is the delta that we need to bring that program back and make it successful? So instead of allocating the funding for full positions, we can say, okay, we are recreating this program, this position or these positions are needed for that program, and the cost recovery rate for that position is maybe 60%, 70 or 80 or 90%. So we just have to fund the delta, 10%, 20, 30, 40%, etc. So it allows us to do those surgical allocations instead of making decisions today of what we want to allocate to what fund. It gives us flexibility and expeditious action, because we can quickly allocate those fundings as the library is open. The only thing that we have to consider is payroll dates. That's every 14 days, and we can act and rehire or restaff or create programs. And it also has the absolute opportunity that we will use additional funds coming from salary concessions, and we have a slide of that later to show you what we have so far accomplished in salary concessions. The salary concessions will go into the reopening and hiring fund and will augment those funding. And it will basically show everyone how the city of Monterey employees are pulling together and allocating part of their existing benefits and salaries towards the reopening and hiring fund. You asked us last time to look at our assets and to consider liquidating some of the properties that the city of Monterey is owning. We cannot do this tonight. We started to look into that, and we have put together a list of all our potential properties that are potentially available to be analyzed and look into that. And we recommend tonight that we look at that in the next couple of weeks or months, because in January 2020, we found out the state has issued new guidance, which is called the Surplus Land Act. And what the state wants to do with that is that before you liquidate any properties, we have to go through an orderly process and see if those properties can be made available for affordable housing projects. So our degrees of freedoms to sell properties are a little bit limited right now, and we are going right now with our legal team through the analysis of finding out what does this entail. So we could not do all that work within the past 2 weeks, and I ask you for your patience. We will come back with that, and then of course the council need to decide whether you want to sell property, what type of properties you want to sell, and how you want to allocate those fundings. We address the MCCVB, and we feel it's important and imperative is the word I use to restore our market share, our marketing for tourism-based industry, because it's as simple as that. Their revenues, the hospitality revenues, pay for the library, they pay for the recreation programs that we can afford, they pay for the sports center, and they pay for the NCIP. So it's important that we are starting through with the MCCVB. And so our suggestion is that we are funding $992,405, which is basically the same amount of money that we allocated last year. But since things have changed and TOT has changed, this now represents a little over 6% of our TOT. I write here it's one time. I don't want to make it a habit that the MCCVB thinks that they are getting more than 6% from the city of Monterey. But we need to acknowledge the marketing need. We need to acknowledge that we need to give our hospitality industry a great start, because their revenues are so essential for the welfare and the quality of life and the quality of our programs in the city of Monterey, as well as the success of our very, very successful NCIP program. We still recommend that the council does not grant rent relief for the operating visitor center. And that's very clearly the reason for that is very clearly that this is a regional visitor center. It advertises not just for the city of Monterey, but it advertises the whole destination. And we feel, as in the past years, the whole destination has to pay their share for that visitor centers and for the privilege of sometimes sending people from that visitor center to other nice destinations that do not start with M or Monterey. So I want to finish with a few positive thoughts, and I felt that my presentation also gives you more positive thoughts, because we have accomplished a lot despite all the known unknowns. We have done a great deal of work in the last 3.5 months. We have kept up with the pace. It sometimes shows in some of our staff because we are running on 100% 24/7. But We present to you today a budget, a projection, which represents our best estimate. This is the best estimate that we can give you for today. We will come back to you, as we stated, and as the mayor also indicated in his introduction, we will come back to you by comparing our actual revenues with our revenue estimates and show you the delta and show you what you can do with that delta, with that difference. And I really hope that the numbers will be positive. They will be not negative. We will also be very frugal. We will compare our expenditures with our actual revenues, because every time we are watering a neighborhood park or we are watering Colton Hall lawn, the money is ticking. Callum doesn't give us a break. So we have to be very frugal with all our expenditures, whether it's our water bills, our electricity bills, whether it's office supplies that we are purchasing or other operational supplies. We will come back to you and update you. And we need to discuss in July how we can also sustainably rescue the city services through a TOT increase. And we will discuss that not tonight. We will discuss that in great detail, hopefully in July, with the council, with the hope that when the council is willing to vote for that, after soliciting input from all parties involved, this has to be put forward by early August to register this as a ballot measure for November 2020. So the next 12 months will be 12 months of less. And staff told me, Hans, say it positive. And here's what I say. It will be 12 months of less great services, because we are still providing great services. We are still responding to every single suggestion that we get. We are still responding to calls for service, whether it's a street light that is missing or it's not functioning, or whether it's something else, a pothole, etc. It will be 12 months less great services, but nevertheless, what we will provide is still second to none on the peninsula. The fact also is our businesses are open. Visitors are in town. As a matter of fact, our residents are nervous about visitors in town. So we have to manage those expectations as well right now. We will be adjusting as we are opening up, as visitors are coming back, as COVID-19 is still a factor. We need to continue to adjust. But we have accomplished a lot. And after tonight, we will continue to be successful. And I'm hopeful that with the budget approval tonight, that we will create again an environment, a budget that is flexible to restore our services with the money that we are putting aside, with a stage opening that the state and the Monterey County Health Officer is allowing us, that we can keep up with all those various variables. And with that, I hand it over to our finance director, and Lauren will present now to you the next part, which is in greater detail about our budget.
Good evening, council members of the public. It's my pleasure to present the budget. First, I want to say, like the city manager said, it's a plan, it's a fluid plan, and we're looking forward to updating it very frequently to the council and the public. I also want to thank the council, the executive team, and the staff, and especially the public as we work together, because it takes us working collectively together to solve the challenges we face. I also want to especially thank the assistant city manager and assistant finance director who did a lot of heavy lifting in the budget, and I wanted to personally extend my thanks to both of them. With that, I'm going to present. Great. So what we have tonight is representing budget amendments, because technically we have a 2-year budget. Council's already adopted the budget. So we're going to recommend updates to the budget, and should council adopt them tonight, they will be implemented effective July 1, which is the beginning of our fiscal year. A lot of the slides we have tonight look similar in the prior 2 meetings that we've had, with some edits, and I'll keep the discussion at a high level since the city manager really briefed us on the accomplishments and the strategic planning. Important in our governance process is to ensure that we disseminate useful information to the public, allow opportunities for public engagement, and importantly is that we as administrator are responsive to the will of the public. So this shows a very brief chronology of our COVID updates since the beginning of March, and they will continue as we continue to face this together as a community. This is a 2-year show or reflection of our COVID estimates. So we say 2 years, but it's really 15 months when you look at it from mid-March through June of 2021. The loss we anticipate for that 15-month period is $31 million, and that's really staggering. Fiscal 20, which is the year we're in now, ends June 30th. We estimate that loss to be $13 million, and that's really only a 2.5-month period from the middle of March to June, so about 3 months. That's really staggering. For fiscal 21, we anticipate it's going to be an $18 million loss. If you look at the header there, that $18 million is 21.7%. We also have to solve $3 million that we carry forward into this new fiscal year, so $21 million loss that we have to fix, which is a 25% reduction. I'm going to say that again. It's a 25% reduction. So when we look at the magnitude of the reductions that we have in the departments, when we talk about the gravity of how difficult it is for us to reopen our programs, it is with the perspective that the city's general fund lost and will lose 25% of its revenue. And for those that don't understand government accounting, the general fund is the primary bank account where we enjoy and render most of what we see as city government: police, fire, library, parks, recreation. So 25% is a substantial number that we're facing and that we're looking to solve collectively. Okay, so let's just kind of see an illustration as to what this looks like. This is the general fund. You could see it's trending fiscal year 14's general fund revenue at $69 million. And that number increases over time as our revenues have improved, as the economy has become more robust. The last 2 columns show the COVID impact. So you could see there the fiscal 20 number is substantially less, and 21's number is even smaller than 20. And importantly, as you look across that chart, the last 2 columns are even lower than fiscal 14. So it takes us back quite a few years in terms of our operating revenue. And therefore, it gives you a sense of how much we have to scale back our operations to stay within our means. So this is just kind of giving folks a scale as to what we're facing financially. As the city mayor mentioned, we will update the council and the public on key revenues. The key revenue we have before you is our TOT, which is our transient occupancy tax, our hotel or room tax, sometimes it's commonly called. So the March and April remittance were due May 30th. And so we just tabulated that for the 2-month period alone, just the 2-month, March and April. When we compare that for fiscal 2020 versus 2019, it's a 79% loss. For those 2 months alone, we lost $2.9 million. As a perspective, our general fund is $83 million. So to lose almost $3 million in a 2-month period is substantial. When we look at TOT revenue for the fiscal year, this upcoming fiscal year, we anticipate a loss of 41% or close to $10 million. So hospitality brings in a variety of interrelated revenue. One is the TOT, which goes into the general fund, and you could see there in the table, 79%, $2.9 million. This 2-month period last year, we brought in $3.7 million. This year, for the 2-month period, we brought in $772,000. That's staggering. In addition to the TOT revenue, which comes to the general fund, the hotels pay a TID, which goes to our marketing through our regional effort for MCCVB. It's $1 to $2 per room night. That's very critical for our regional marketing. And as you could see, that declined as well by 74%. Hospitality in our partnership also pays for the renovation of our incredible conference center. The line there called CCFD is the Conference Center Community Facility District. That proceed goes towards paying our debt. That number went down 81%. And as you can see there, last year, this time period, we received about $720,000. For this same period, we received $135,000. Let's talk about occupancy. The room nights went down by 72%. There shouldn't be dollar signs there. And then occupancy. The occupancy last year for March, April was 76%. This April, it's about 21%. That's a reduction of 72% in occupancy. Importantly is, how does that 72% comport with our MCCV modeling for our TOT loss, right? How does that comport with the header of 41% reduction? Well, I'm very pleased to say that for this period, that 72% comports very closely to our model. So based on the actual revenues that we received today, Council, we are not asking that we amend our TOT estimates at all. So we will continue to track it similarly to this manner and kind of see what the occupancy looks like relative to our model, see what our revenue looks like to our model, and we're hoping that our updates to you will be favorable and that our revenues will actually come in stronger. But as of this reporting, it's consistent with what we've presented in this proposed budget. Okay, switching over to sales tax. This is a recap of what we talked about last time. Sales tax is one of our 5 major categories in the general fund. For the 3-month period ended January, February, and March, we compared those revenues for 2020 versus 2019. The general fund's revenue lost 78%. That's $492,000 of loss in revenue. Measure P&S, which is the 1% sales tax, also experienced a loss of 50% or $328,000. There's a combination of 2 things going on. It's a blending of economic loss from retail because of COVID-19. Businesses are closed. People can't shop like they can usually shop. Then there's another component, which is that the state of California issued an executive order to give small businesses financial relief as it relates to sales tax. So small businesses could have a relief up to $50,000 of remitting sales tax. And because there was no requirement to report that relief, we can't really ascertain how much of this loss that's presented on the slide pertains to economic loss versus this executive order. Regardless of how we kind of split that up, you could see there in the highlighted numbers that the general fund impact is real. So the general fund loss is 78% for sales tax and 50% for Measure P&S. Measure P&S is the money that we use towards street renovations and construction and maintenance. So those are 2 significant revenue updates that we wanted to call your attention to. This slide should be familiar. This is basically the collection of our proposed budget plan to solve COVID-19's problem. So as I mentioned 2 slides ago, we need to solve $21 million or about 25%, as you could see there in that red circled column. This does not include solutions as it pertains to concessions and new revenues. And so as those come forward, we will be expending them and appropriating them, especially on the concessions, which the city manager talked about. Those will go into the reopening and hiring fund. As for new revenue, that's a discussion that we'll hopefully have in July and early August. So let's talk about the table there on the screen. So $21 million. We have in CIP, council has de-appropriated $3 million. So we will not be utilizing those funds for important projects like we have in the past. We will be using that to solve the general fund challenges to continue to provide essential services. In April, council approved the layoff of over 80 positions. Those were not filled. Most of them there were about 70 positions filled. And so that totaled $88 million, $8.1 million. What we presented last month, we have two portions. One is position reductions of $2 million. That comprised 17 positions. Those consist of several retirements and mostly vacant positions. In addition, across the departments, we also have program cuts, services, supplies, and that totals $5.1 million. Economic Uncertainty Reserve is our rainy day fund. This proposal includes $600,000 of the reserve being used towards solving this problem. Then the next lines are really one-time strategies. Specifically, we're going to reduce the CIP funding from $1.4 million down to $500,000, and that's for maintenance of facilities. We definitely need to maintain our facilities, but what we're proposing is to suspend it for 1 year. The remaining $500,000 will go towards Greenbelt fire protection. In addition, we're proposing $800,000, which Council approved at the last meeting on June 2nd, where we will suspend the funding of OPEB, which is a requirement of the state to fund retirement health. And to clarify, our employees do not have retirement health benefit. This is a state required funding. And so that augments it by $800,000. We will also be suspending a 1 year savings for vehicle replacement. We put money into savings to replace cars and city fleet. So we'll be suspending that by $500,000. And last but not least, we have a variety of technology projects that we will shelve for a year, and that's $800,000. So that represents the compilation of what we propose as our budget plan to solve the challenges we face in the 12-month period. This slide shows the reductions across all the departments. So the first column is our layoffs. The tan columns are the additional reductions since the layoff. And then the green is the compilation of the sum of the two. So you could see there in the green column, we have $15 million, over $15 million of department reductions. Again, the scale of the loss on the revenue side is 25%. So the department reductions have to commensurate and have to correlate to that degree of devastation. We will see a reduction in services. As the city manager noted, we will see less of our great services, and we will do our best to be present and to serve the public, but the degree of these cuts will be noticeable. So I want to just have one slide here on the new reopening and hire fund. This is a really important innovation, and I think, as the city manager mentioned, enables us to really be responsive to the economic changes in our numbers, and certainly be responsive as safety measures are in place that we can actually reopen services and hire and fill positions. So the initial balance is $900,000. This is one-time funding right now from the council actions on June 2nd. And I'm also very pleased the results of closed session this evening will definitely augment this new funding to help towards reopening more services. And that, you know, the city of Monterey continues to be a leader in innovation. And as you could hear in the city manager's opening remarks, how much we've accomplished in the last 3 months as we are facing and dealing with this rapidly moving pandemic. So with that, the agenda packet has 3 parts. Of course, I didn't go into all of it because we've discussed it on multiple occasions. The staff report also has 2 attachments, which has a lot of in-depth information about the content of the budget amendments. But what we're hoping tonight is council is comfortable with what we presented to adopt the budget amendments that will enable us to implement the specifics of the reductions in this budget proposal. Again, as the city manager mentioned, budget is a set of estimates, which is very fluid and flexible. We will continue to work diligently in monitoring the development of our numbers and be responsive and brief the council and the public as much as we can. So with that, I want to thank everyone who's been involved in presenting this collective information, and we stand here to serve you as best as we can. With that, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. And let me punt it back to our Human Resources Director, Allison. We I have asked Allison to show us the latest that we have from our discussions with our bargaining units with respect to salary concessions. And Allison has a quick slide. As you recall, the finance director as well as myself, we showed you the reopen and hiring fund, and that salary concessions will augment that fund. And I'm asking Allison to please present that slide that we have prepared for you with the latest information from today.
Thank you, Hans. Mayor, City Council members, I will be presenting you with just some quick information. Let me share my screen and then I'll get this moving. Okay, hopefully you can see that. So I just wanted to provide a summary of concessions. As you know, we reached out to our bargaining groups. The executive members, city manager, and city attorney had already offered concessions a few months ago. We reached out to the remaining units and we had some very generous offers. From our fire management, police management, and our miscellaneous management, they have all offered to defer their 2% salary increase for 6 months. They've also agreed to some form of a salary reduction by 5% for 6 months. They've also, for the 2 police management and fire management units, have asked to extend their contract for 1 year, which means next year we will not provide them with a salary increase in July. And we will not do negotiations next year when their contracts would have been open. The fire union also came forward with a 2% deferral of their salary increase for a full year. They've also agreed to contribute another 2% towards their CalPERS pension. And they also have agreed that they will have no additional increase next year, July 1st, 2021. They had a salary reopener during that year. In addition to this, I also did want to point out that MFFA has also, they originally came out at the beginning of the pandemic and agreed to cancel all leave events, which eventually was required, but they brought that forward. And that has also significantly reduced overtime costs for the city for the last few months. And so we will likely see a very significant decrease in overtime because of that. So we also wanted to point that out as well. So we thank those units so much for coming forward and offering those concessions to help us get through this pandemic. Just some quick notes. The GEM group provided an offer today that the council did not accept. They did a 2% deferral for just July, August, and September, with the potential to have us come back to them in September. So I have some confidential direction moving forward. And then with our police union, their membership was not able to meet prior to this meeting, but we've been having some really good discussions with them, and we hope to hear from them by the end of this week. And so we'll have an update for council with the police union. And with that, that is the summary of the concessions if anyone has questions.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. I just want to add my thanks to all the bargaining units, the fire management, police management, MEA, especially also MFFA, who, as Allison pointed out, in addition to the defer of 2% salaries and the additional contribution to CalPERS and no additional increase by 7/2021, they also have been not taking any vacation time. What that means for us that we are saving, I believe, around $250,000 in overtime per month for that, and that is a significant accomplishment as well. And I wanted to acknowledge also the firefighters for doing all that voluntarily, in addition to the concession that Allison has presented. With that, Council, I think that concludes our information that we have for you. And I am asking if you have any questions and follow-up questions, suggestions that we hopefully can all answer.
Right. Thank you for the top quality report. It's always good to review the information and have new information. I think the new information from our last meeting heartens all of us that we have seen progress with creating the reopening and rehiring fund. Questions, any comments we'll save till after public comment. Questions about the the report. Councilmember Dan Albert, question, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report, Lauren and Hans. It was something that you listened to us on the last time we were at the council meeting, and some of the things that were requested or at least wanted you to look at, you put into the budget. I appreciate that. I do want to make a comment, or at least a question, on the OPEB and vehicle replacement total. It comes to 1.3 million, but yet we're putting $100,000 into the reopening and hiring fund. Where's the other 400,000 going to, and what departments or what programs?
So we were putting back into the budget the assistant fire chief position. With the, as you recall, that was a position that basically would have triggered a ripple effect through the fire department. But more importantly, when we looked at the impact that it would actually have in administratively supporting the fire chief, overseeing fire services to 5 different entities, we put that position back into the mix. And the other position that we also put back into the, away from a layoff list, back into the keep position is an accounting assistant in the finance department that we feel is important to keep, as we are, we're afraid by eliminating that position, we would not be able to conduct the required auditing requirements that we have for many of our cost reimbursement contracts that we have with partnering agencies, but also with the Department of the Army, as well as other impacts on the finance department. And I think these were the key elements that we put back into the budget. And again, this is a budget with determined left and right borders, and in between we have degrees of freedom, but that's why you see the numbers have changed there. And I think that is a correct recollection, Lauren, correct? Help me if I forget something.
No, it's good.
Yeah, that was it. It's good, she says.
Okay. I don't know how the other council feels about that. I'd like to hear some of their comments on this, but when we did discuss those replacement funds out of those 2 areas, I was thinking that money would go to, the funds would go to the rehiring of employees in those 2 areas, the library and the sports center and some of the recreation programs. So I was just a little surprised that all of it didn't go in. That was my only comment. And I'd sure like to hear from the other council members how they feel about that.
Yeah, well, let's do that after we have public comment, and then we'll give our city manager a chance to think about that. And I think, thank you, Councilmember Dan, because you're pointing out the whole introduction and what this is a flexible budget, and we want to be able to be light on our feet to meet the demand for services. So what we adopt tonight, of course, is going to be on a large degree what we're looking at, but as things improve, we may be doing the kind of shifting you're suggesting. So questions before we go public, just, and if you have comments, I respectfully ask that you wait. Councilmember Alan Hoffa, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I had the same question Dan had, so I'm glad he asked that question, and we'll discuss that later. Mm-hmm. At the last meeting, Mr. City Manager, I brought up the Casa Noche Buena homeless shelter that's going to be opening in November. I think the request to us is about $29,000. Do you know, will we be able to meet that request in this budget?
Councilmember Hoffa, I have not addressed that topic with this budget proposal tonight, but what I plan on doing is to bring forward a separate agenda report that shows you how we are contributing $1 per capita that is being requested from us right now. I felt it's necessary to not bury this in the budget, but basically bring it forward as a separate item, and you will see this coming to us at a council meeting next to you. I mean, close close, very close. But I didn't want to bury it here in the budget right now, because we need to talk also in that agenda report about the ongoing financing already of the operation and maintenance, and I wanted to package this all nicely in that $1 per capita agenda report.
Okay, thank you. And then I think that we are currently allocating about 600,000 of reserves towards this budget. I think right now we have about $600,000, give or take, in employee concessions. And I'm wondering how the staff would feel about us allocating an additional 600,000 to try to match what the employees have made in concessions to, again, augment the reemployment and reopening fund.
I can speak for staff here, Councilman Haffer, since you asked what staff is feeling about that. We would be at peace with that. We would have absolutely feeling that this is a very appropriate and measured use of the reserves, and it puts up also the acknowledgement of the concessions. And if we should get more concessions, we might come back and ask if council still wants to match dollar for dollar.
Thank you.
That's a great question, Alan. Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Ed Smith?
Yeah, I just, because I'm going to forget about this after a long night, I just wanted to echo that concept, but with a caution that we're monitoring the inflow week to week, day to day, in terms of how well our hotel's hospitality does. So I concur that the $600,000 additional from the reserves, it does give us the wiggle room at the discretion of the city manager. Has some places he's going to need additional money, but it's going to depend on how the coming weeks go. Here's a question. On the TOT, remission is after 2 months. So in other words, January, February, and then we get that about April or sometimes May. So is there a way to track that more directly so we will know, and it won't be exact, but we will pretty much know how a property did the previous couple of months, so we don't have to wait the excruciating month and a half or 2 months to actually know what the dollars are?
What, Councilman Smith, what kind of answer do you like to have? I can give you a very general answer, and Lauren or Jordan can give you a good detailed answer. So I can give you a 10,000 foot level answer, and Jordan can go down to the ground.
No, I think your idea for a short answer is good. So just a thumbnail answer.
We have to adjust two things. Number one is our ordinance, which actually allows hotels to remit every 2 months, and we need to change this to remit TOT every 30 days. That is something that we are working on conceptually also to develop that ordinance and bring it forward to council. But the other part is equally important. We need to be able to process the funds. And there are some mechanics in the background as well that we need to tinker, adjust our system to send out the TOT request and process the invoices. But we are working on both, and that's as good as I can answer that, and our finance team can do this in greater detail.
That's all I needed right now, because I just wanted to make sure, like anything else, if we don't have an invoice out, we can't expect a collection. And yes, in these times, we don't want to have to wait an extra 2 or 3 weeks waiting for the check to arrive. So it's just, you know, and I agree, having the people in the right finances in the locations where they're on top of the invoicing and receipting of the funds is critically important. But that's the only question I had.
Good. Councilmember Tyler Williamson, do you have a question at this point, or nothing yet? Okay. Look forward to your comments afterwards then. So at this point, I'm going to ask Nat to again make the announcement of how people can participate in this meeting. We look forward to the comments, and we're again respectfully request that people honor the 2-minute time frame, because I think all of us would like to get a budget passed tonight. Even if you don't like the whole budget, please, let's get it passed as a starting point in flexibility and being willing to see it change and hopefully improve. And so we ask that. And again, I want to reemphasize, we've received, I'm probably close to 700-800 emails on this budget. Thank you for that. And that's a really great way to communicate with us, because it gives us an opportunity to read them and digest them and so on. So I'll turn it back to Nat, who will help us to hear from our fine public.
Thank you, Mayor Roberson, and a reminder to those who are calling in, you'll be unmuted until it's your turn to speak, and we do ask that you please turn off your television or computer speakers or go to another room so that there isn't background noise. Also, as Mayor Roberson reminded, please stay within the 2 minutes, because we will be having to move these calls along. So to get started, we will hear from the first person who has their hand raised, and this is caller 0808. Hi, you're live. Hello.
Hello, did you say 0808?
Yep, that's you. You're live. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, this is Deb Evans, and I live in Old Town, Monterey. And I've been listening to your discussions about the budget for the last few months, and it's amazing how you're handling this very difficult situation. I know you're in a really tight spot, and it must be really hard to balance all the interests and priorities with such huge reductions. So that said, as you go through the next several months and even years of budget adjustments, I'd like to ask both the council and the city staff to try as hard as you can to always keep the emphasis on anti-racism and social justice, and to bring that emphasis back up to the top of every agenda and keep it at the top of your mind as you review every budget line item. And I say that because I do believe that systemic change, which we need, is going to require that kind of systematic attention. And I just hope you will do all you can to sustain your attention for as long as it takes. Because there probably will never be a big enough budget to fund all the social justice efforts that we are going to need, that we already need. So we can't wait until there's enough money, I think. As hard as it is, I think we have to start now with the next budget revision, if not sooner. So that's what I wanted to say about that. And I thank you very much for all your hard work and your efforts to do the right thing here.
Great. Thanks for your comments, Deb. We appreciate it. Next caller is going to be 5922. Hi. Hi there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Chelsea Lee, and I live in Pacific Grove, but I'm deeply affected by Monterey. In fact, the SWAT team was on my street a few weeks ago from Monterey. And I'm here to just really bring attention back, just like the previous caller said, to anti-racism work. The world is different now than it was 4 months ago when we realized our whole economy and healthcare system would change due to COVID. It is also a different world now than it was 1 month ago when a long overdue cultural shift in thinking about systemic racism in this country reached the mainstream. We are having conversations now that we could not have dreamed of at the start of 2020. We are making a huge mistake by prematurely passing a budget designed for a world that no longer exists. We need to think about what we actually need now with a very limited budget. As you were saying, like, I really feel for how much revenue is lost and this global pandemic and the truth of systemic racism. It's in all parts of our society, but it's felt very acutely in our budgets and with police. Regardless of how we all may feel about police, we must acknowledge that we will not need them or want them in the same way as we used to in the streets in a post-COVID world. The role of police is post-crime. Police are not a solution to crime. Police collect crimes and they don't prevent them. We need to address the root causes. We need to be smart with our money. Decades of research show very clear solutions to the root causes of crime, like poverty and lack of social resources and housing. Monterey spends over $18 million on the police department. They're only taking an 8% cut and delaying a raise for 6 months. That's not really a compromise with the union. I'm deeply concerned that there are not more significant asks being demanded. We pay over $300,000 in salary and benefits to many of our officers. And we've made a lot of mistakes in the past, and we have a huge opportunity now with an activated community ready to make big changes. The overtime, 725 special event overtime hours, there's way cheaper options for crowd control and costs. Why do we keep $100,000 set aside to give police recruits a $20,000 signing bonus? I hope that program's already been cut. The very least we can do is to look seriously at the
All right.
budget.
Unfortunately, we're going to need.
you.
Thank you. All right. Next caller is Richard Riccello. Hi, Richard.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. You're live. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear your number. It blanked out. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Richard Riccello, Monterey. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. The proposed cuts and changes that bother me the most are the ones to public safety. That's my highest priority. Every decision you make will affect response times. And response times I've been part of. I know how minutes matter. I've been on the wrong end of 9/11 calls and know personally what a few minutes matter. I want you to consider these cuts, especially to the school resource officer. I don't believe people understand what that position does and how it protects our high school and over 1,500 people every day. This is a pattern that our nation's going through. It's a horrible pattern, and the school resource officers are a solution to that pattern of violence, drugs, and problems on our schools. So my family safety is my first priority. It should be yours. On revenue, what I don't understand is we're not even in the first spike in COVID. And because of that, I'm sorry, I lost track of my time. Because of that, there's a second wave coming, and we're not going to have conferences or gatherings here or concerts for quite a while. I do not understand why we're still spending advertising dollars trying to get the convention market when it doesn't exist. The market is the leisure market. Those are the people coming here. Those are the ones filling up our streets. Those are the ones not wearing masks. And I think we have to prepare and change our idea on spending and take some of that money and put it into public safety, especially insert. The budget cut is from $15,000 to $5,000, and sir, it is your backup for your public safety. I want you to reconsider that. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Our next caller will be 1234. Hi there.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Kevin Ellis, General Manager of the Hyatt Monterey. Just wanted to, as many of your callers have already, just commend you for the hard work and energies you've had to put in this very difficult time. It's very much appreciated. I wanted to just thank the city manager for his recommendation to maintain funding for the Monterey Convention Visitor Bureau and the destination marketing that is incredibly important to our destination and our destination level industry. Obviously, getting people back to work is my number one priority right now. We've been affected, as in previous statements to the council. We've laid off over 300 individuals. Incredibly important that we continue to do everything we can to get everybody back to work and back economically. So I wanted to thank you again for the time, and thank you again.
Great. Thanks. Thanks very much, Kevin. Let's hear next from Esther Malkin. Esther. Hi, Esther. Are you there? Esther? Okay, we can try Esther one more time later, perhaps, and we just need to move on. So.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hi, Esther. You there?
Can you hear me? me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your timer's going to start.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to comment on the renter assistance program. I'm happy to hear that the room renters are going to be included so that they don't fall through the cracks on that. And I want to go on to say that, you know, the number one thing that when people talk about the cost of salaries with the city, that the public hears from council members is these positions are union positions and our hands are tied. And frankly, that argument has gone on for decades. And at this point, when we are at the mercy of such a gigantic crisis, to not take advantage of finding a way of being released from this basic hostage situation that the city has with these unions, with, you know, it seems like a missed opportunity. Everybody knows how much I support our public safety, and I'm not saying that they're not worth the money. But when we have just, 2%, being given up and a couple of vacation days and things like that, and we've been hearing that for decades, I just find it kind of ridiculous that it really feels like a hostage situation to the public. So maybe the public needs to be made aware of why and how these negotiations happen, that we continue to find ourselves as that being the main excuse of why we have such high costs. And lastly, I would like to tell the people who are misguidedly talking about going after our police budget, they need to go after the unions that are making it difficult for our city to be able to rein in these costs, not the police department, but their union.
Thank you, Esther. Thanks for calling. Okay, next caller is 9738. Hi there.
Hello, this is Annie. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm calling from Seaside, and I also want to oppose the use of school resource officers in schools. I feel that their presence is inappropriate, and Advancement Project they said last week during a Faith in Action forum that dozens of schools across the country have committed to removing school resource officers. So I think it's definitely worth considering. And then another concern I had is that meeting with youth who are homeless here, I don't feel that they're getting adequate resources because some have been, I would see them on the streets for years. So it was just a really shocking shortfall of services, and I don't see that cop who might be arresting homeless people for a few days, who then just return paying for that, just seems like a cyclical problem and a waste of money. At the same time, I do respect that the police here are trying their best to protect us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much for your feedback. Next caller is Laura Pratt. Hi, Laura. Laura? Laura, are you there? Yep. Yep, we can hear you. Keep going. Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Employees made over $250,000. Of those, 17 are fire and 15 police. The other 8 are executive. To put that in perspective, Hans alone has $344.55. The governor, Newsom of California, like perspective,
Thank you, Laura. All right, next call is Karen Brown. Hi, Karen.
Did you say my name, Karen?
Yes, hi, Karen. You're live.
Okay, good. I'm calling because I am really confused about the priorities that you're setting. I think that the priorities should be on the effects of coronavirus and what that has meant to our community. And a big part of it is education and family support. And if you set aside funds in a special account for reopening, the implication there is that the library is a building more than it is a service. And we need our people there doing the services more than ever. In a time of home education and unprecedented school scenes, school operations, we need children and teens, librarians, in order to buy and offer materials that are available online to help people with their education. We're more important than ever. We also need adult librarians, reference librarians, in order to be sure that we have information provided for people to make informed decisions about the election. This is what we need most of all. You can provide these things that are so important. Over the summer, we know that children get behind in their reading if they don't keep reading. And it takes a professional to connect them to the best reading for them. If you make different decisions about police, about marketing, and about this fund, about selling property later, maybe, so that it can replace the emergency fund. Those are things you can do to make these things happen and not using the marketing fund as well.
All right, thank you for your feedback. We appreciate it. And just a reminder, please dial *5 if you do wish to raise your hand. We do have several callers without hands raised. Next caller is Rob O'Keefe. Hi, Rob.
Hi, good evening. This is Rob O'Keefe. I am the president and CEO of the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I just wanted to chime in and say that I had the recent pleasure of speaking on a town hall panel with the mayor, who couldn't have been more eloquent about the critical importance of tourism and hospitality to funding the programs that are most important to our residents. Whatever I might have said, he said a lot better. But there are two things that I do want to mention. One is about responsible behavior for both residents and visitors as they're starting to enjoy our destination. That's the foremost concern of our organization right now. And there's a campaign that we're running to drive responsible behavior and make sure that we're safe and we keep our communities safe. Secondly, I would add that tourism is a marathon. It's a long-term effort, particularly when it comes to group, particularly when it comes to the Monterey Conference Center. We're doing a lot right now. There's a lot of things at play right now to drive the tourism economy and bring it back. But I want to thank the staff and the recommendation to continue to work with us aggressively to bring about that recovery. So thank you very much and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Rob. Our next caller is 3185. 3185, you're live. Hello? Caller 3185.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mike Brassfield. I had a couple of quick comments to the council here and in appreciation to the staff's presentation. We seem to be arguing two different points. Making the city whole from this pandemic. At the same time, still a group coming in to change the narrative on a separate topic. My suggestion is staff doing what they're doing, keep the council doing what they're doing. If there's a social justice issue, have
have a man who's with the city's paid to do this, and that is our police chief. Bring the issues to him, have him examine them, and report back to council. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. Let's let the man do this job. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mike. Our next caller is 0775. 0775.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, hello. My name is Ashley Schaefer. I live in Pacific Grove, but I obviously, work or live most of my life in Monterey as well. We're so close. I've lived there before. I'll live there again. So I am calling as a concerned citizen for a few different purposes. The first one being that, I guess to speak to the man who just spoke, the social justice movement isn't a new agenda. It is reality. It's fact. It's where we're at. A lot of times the job of the city council is to really lead through example, and this budget is the perfect example of a way that you can do that. We should really be focusing on the parts of our community that are enriching. That includes our library and our recreation. This is where the money should be focused. Now, the second point, though, is we are in a pandemic. I really, really urge you to listen to the other callers who've also mentioned this, that this is not business as usual. Opening up and moving forward through our tourist focus, again, it really is kind of unrealistic. Our focus should be on safety and health, number one. And that includes focusing on the areas of the budget that are enriching our community. Now, obviously, we're going to have to wait until we can do that in a safe way, but I really, really urge you to listen to what your community is saying. We need to focus the money on recreation, on libraries, not on police. And then side note to that, we need to make sure that we're doing this in a healthy and safe way. Thanks very much.
Thank you for the feedback. Our next caller here is going to be, I believe, Jean Rash. Hi, Jean.
Yes, this is Jean Rash. I live in Monterey, in Monterey Vista. I consider our police force an essential part of our health and safety, and an intimate part of the community with unique skills that we have appreciated over the years. The second point I want to make is that I would oppose support for destination marketing and tourism advertising. I do support individual business support that's suffering, or rental support for employees of tourism or any other industry that are suffering. But the tourism industry will recoup in time. Everyone knows about Monterey. Everyone knows about the peninsula. We needn't spend a dime on advertising tourism or destination marketing. And it will be a long time before conventions can resume. So thank you for all your time, and aim for health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5997. Hello?
Hi there.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Awesome. Good evening, Mayor Robertson and City Council. My name is David Sanchez. Monterey High School's class of 2018 valedictorian, good orders, and current undergrad researcher at UC Berkeley. I'm here to advocate for my school. Principal Newton's done an amazing job renovating the science department, expanding the programs offered, including how they support food insecure students, and it's a place that I'm sure so many of you love. I really urge you to consider continuing and increasing the financial support that Monterey High and other high schools and lower schools need in the Monterey Peninsula to provide services for so many of our students, especially students of color. I also want to oppose the use of school resource officers. Often the same students under criminal supervision are the ones facing food and housing insecurity. And I'm not sure individuals that are armed on campus make everyone feel safe. Speaking for myself, and I would also, again, encourage funding of the library and all the other resources at Parks and Rec that do so much work to help so much of us feel seen. And this is it's an emotional issue because it's one that, in terms of over policing and the money that it gets, because I think it really reflects what the interests of society is for people of color, what the expectations are for us. We feel like the only place we can go is prison because this is like the system that family members follow. I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I know we do need to continue. Yep, we appreciate it. Next caller is Liz Schreier. Hi, Liz.
Hi. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Schreier. I'm a Monterey resident and a medical student at UCSF. I'm calling again to urge the City Council to preserve our social services across recreation, library, and museum departments, and again, consider cuts from the police. I'm encouraged tonight by the city manager's acknowledgement of the pandemic of racism and policing, and as well as the acknowledgement that the council didn't consider this to be an issue prior to 3 weeks ago. This was also the impression that I had when I and others at this meeting raised this issue. I think, therefore, I'm shocked not to see any changes to the budget now that these factors are theoretically being taken into consideration. If they weren't factors you were considering when you made this budget and now you are, why are the cuts largely the same? We need to move past, I think, the thinking that police are a utility that should not be considered during financial shortfalls. We know that community programs and alternative first responders like mental health practitioners and social workers are actually safer, more effective, and less expensive than police. And I continue to wonder why we're paying armed police officers to hand out masks and not folks from these other departments that would cost less. They aren't associated with trauma and their other programs are closed. So 3 weeks ago, the city manager also said he'd be happy to cut the police if it reflected the community's desires. So tonight and over the past 2 weeks, we've done our best to make public comments, reach out to the council, and participate in public protests to show that we value preserving our community programs, which not only, as we've seen tonight, benefit our city, but the whole peninsula. And I don't want to see them cut so disproportionately to police. So I'm asking the council to be honest and delay this vote if you truly haven't been considering the issue of police and how it affects our community, and give yourself time to rebudget and get more feedback. And just remember, we're paying attention to these decisions because they reflect our values as a community. So I hope that the people I elected tonight represent my values to choose our community before cost. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller is 6444. 6444, you're live.
Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Hi. This is Lisa Madalena, and good evening to Mayor and City Council. Up until the middle of March, I was a part-time librarian at the Monterey Library, but I am not calling because I'm concerned about my job. However, I am concerned about all the people in city government who have been laid off, including the wonderful librarians that I worked with. And I do want to remind you all that just because the building is not open, though I guess it is a little bit now, that doesn't mean that library services cannot be offered. And I want to mention to you that the Monterey County Library System has not, as far as I know, laid off half or 3/4 of their employees. And as far as I know, again, the Carmel Library has not done that either. And I would just again like to echo the sentiments of other callers that you please put your priorities or at least share them more equitably between fire and police and city management, and look to your library and to your recreation department. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thanks, Lisa. Our next caller is 2558. 2558, you're live.
Good evening,
City Council members, thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Stacey Altuve Presence, and I'm the Executive Director of Gathering for Women Monterey and a Monterey resident. I appreciate Councilman Hopper's question regarding Texas admission clinic and the City Manager's response. I ask you to please support DFW and CHS's request for support. We are committed to establishing and operating a replicable homeless shelter on the Monterey Peninsula, and I urge you to ensure success through your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8188. Oh, we can't hear you. Can you speak louder into the phone, please?
Now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Lisa Zuriel. I am former Monterey High alum, class of 2018. And I keep on hearing how proud Monterey is to have a can't wait, like kind of instated, but I feel like a lot of us in the movement want aid to abolition, not aid can't wait. Aid can't wait has actually failed in some instances where they're already implemented. The ban chokeholds and strangleholds. The NYPD banned them in 1993, but in 2014, Eric Gardner was murdered by a chokehold. The required de-escalation. Oklahoma requires 2 hours of de-escalation training a year, yet it's number 3 out of the 50 states for police-involved killings. And there's more on why aid can't wait just doesn't work and why we need to aid to abolition, which is defunding the police, de-artillerizing the communities, removing police from schools, freeing people from prisons and jails, repeal criminalizing survival, and we have to invest in our community and self-government, provide safe housing for everyone, and invest in care, not cops. And I don't think we need a resource officer in Monterey High. I don't know, there was a previous caller talking about drugs and violence. There's not much drugs or violence in Monterey High. I don't know what year you graduated, but the year I graduated, there was not much of that going on. The police resource officer truly did not do a lot to keep us quote unquote safe. We don't even have a full-time nursing campus, and I think there are definitely other areas in which we can invest in our community and truly defund the police. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next caller is 5126. 5126.
Hello, I'm Bryce Pearl Giller. I grew up in Monterey County, and my family still lives there. I kind of want to just reiterate what there's a thing about the police and about the social services. I believe that the police do not ensure public safety, and what they do is ensure that the privileged maintain power over the underprivileged and underserved. I'm upset to hear that the council is extending the contract that fulfills a broken system and does not address the causes that your constituents have been bringing up to you. And it really just shows the council's values that they're willing to maintain a system that is currently broken, so extending the police contract an additional year while giving a small short-term budgetary relief will only lock you into upholding and propping up this broken system. Reform is possible. We're seeing it across the nation. Cities across the nation are taking strong action to defund the police and to fix the broken system based on policing and not on social services. And if you don't take action on it, I believe that you're failing your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Doug Holtzman. Doug. Hi, Doug.
Yes, this is Doug Holtzman, the president of the Monterey Public Library Friends and Foundation. I'll be very brief. We appreciate how difficult it is to deal with this extraordinary challenge. I want to thank you again for your decision to allocate one-time payment deferrals and additional funding to reopening library and recreation programs and restoring some of your exceptional staff. When we point out the striking disparities and reductions to different programs in this proposal, we're not arguing that you should cut every program the same percentage, but we do want you to be sure that this budget reflects Monterey's values and priorities in a very difficult moment. In particular, library services are absolutely critical at times like these, and especially valuable to people in communities most in need. Library services are economic recovery services, community resilience services, children's and family services, and actually public safety services. Thank you again.
Thank you, Doug. Next caller is 9452. 9452.
Hi, thank you. My name is River Navai. It's great to be talking with all of you. I'm a resident of Seaside, but I have lived in Monterey. I went to Monterey High School. I work currently for Monterey Peninsula College, and I've also worked for the city of Monterey and worked in the restaurant and hospitality industry there. Our communities are, completely interconnected, and so I hope that you take what non-voting residents of Monterey have to say with as much respect as anyone who may be voting for you come November. Just because we make up this community too. Our city is one big city with way too many police departments, I'll say that. What I'm here to say as a teacher who works with high schoolers is that nobody needs to see a school resource officer. I've seen over at Seaside High School failure upon failure to act. And if you believe that there is a lot of fighting and drugs at Monterey, take a look at Seaside High. I mean, not to say that one is worse than another, but we're in the news for racially motivated fights and for shootings or guns on campus. And our resource officer doesn't do anything about it, not because he's incapable, but because the system is incapable. There's not anything that having someone with a gun walking onto a campus is going to solve. What's going to solve things is taking guns away from people. And I'm sorry to be hot-headed about it. I just really thought that we would be at least beyond this. We don't need cops near our kids. In Seaside, we're taking those steps. I ask you, I urge you to follow this. That's all I'll say. Is just please, no cops in our schools.
Okay, thanks, River. Next comment comes from Wendy Brickman. Hello, Wendy.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Monterey, and I know how hard the city staff and city council has worked to provide these very tough budget numbers, and I want to extend my sincere appreciation for all of your efforts. It's really, really difficult. I also appreciate the way the city has kept us well informed and has slowly rolled out the openings of our businesses. I encourage no cuts of the Monterey Police Department to maintain our safety and response times. And I definitely encourage investment in outbound marketing by the MCCVB, the Visitors Bureau, for the drive market leisure tourists and ultimately for groups as well. Their strategic advertising expenditures greatly helps our businesses to try to recover. With limitations imposed by phase 3, it's really difficult. And it's very competitive out there with other tourist destinations. So even though people have heard of Monterey and like Monterey, we have to remind them and keep it top of mind. The visitors' money results in transit occupancy taxes, which helps the city budget as well, and all of our personal services that we admire. Ted Ballatieri said the other day that hospitality helps all boats rise, and I think that's very well stated. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Our next caller, and just a reminder that there's a couple folks, if you need to raise your hand, please dial *5. One of our last callers here, Carol Korbajian. Hi, Carol.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Two things. Number one, I am a resident of Monterey, and I think it's important to remember with the neighborhoods that the NCIP is funded by 16% of the TOT collected. And so it's imperative that the industry does well for the neighborhoods in order for them to be funded for their projects. Number two, over the past 3 months, I've been continually virtually meeting with many of my colleagues outside of Monterey who are in the industry just to find out what's been going on. And I've heard quite recently that other destinations have gotten out ahead of us, and they're already building market share in building their rates up further. And just as yesterday, I had a friend of mine, a third-party friend of mine who does incentive business, asking me how prepared we are to receive international incentive programs that are now going to be delayed for a year or 2 years. They've been trying to move them out, and they're finding they can't. She said, are you ready? Are you prepared with salespeople to accept our business? Because if you don't, we're moving fast. And if you're not ready quickly, we're moving on. So it is imperative that the funding of the CVB is a big step in ensuring that we are able to compete quickly and grab this business that we're going to be able to capture short term and rebuild our industry. Thanks so much. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Right. Thank you, Carol. Currently, that's all, Mayor Berberson, for public comment on this item.
Well, good. Thank you very much. And Annette, thank you for handling that in such a polite, efficient way. We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody phoning in very much. So I'm going to close that the public comment part of our hearing. And I will suggest we take a break, and we'll see everybody at 9:15. Let's take a break, then we'll come back and have another lively, cogent, intelligent council discussion, and we'll come to a resolution. So we'll take a recess. Thank you, everybody. We want to welcome everybody back to our council meeting. And as always, we thank the public for their very thoughtful remarks, how polite they were, but also very firm in making the points. And I'm especially appreciative that you all know that this is not an easy task facing your city, your state, your country, your world. And so we're just absolutely the best we can. And again, want to say that this will be a budget snapshot. We're working on being temporary and flexibility. And we certainly hope as we reopen, we can do that safely and don't have to backtrack. And we're seeing some states, of course, facing that very calamity right now of the reopenings being closed. So we've studied this for many hours. The staff's done an absolutely top-notch job in presenting this to us. So we'll open it up to the council. Now, this format's a little awkward in that if we were at a council meeting and we were all together, it's really in person a little easier to interchange and go back and forth. This format almost lends itself to kind of making a presentation, but as much as possible, I really would enjoy hearing the council interacting with one another as much as the technology lets us to do it till we can get to a resolution. So anybody want to open up and kind of share some thoughts? We'll open it to our council.
I mean, I'm willing to start.
Okay, Councilmember Alan Hoffa, please.
Okay. Well, so first
Alan,
of all,
go ahead.
Lots of different. Am I off? Oh yeah, okay. Lots of different thoughts. Lots of great input. Here's kind of where I'm at. So first of all, I do want to ask whatever motion we make, I think should include increasing the contribution to the rehire and reopen fund, in particular targeting the library and the Parks and Rec departments with an additional $600,000 from the emergency fund. And as police and GEM continue to negotiate, we can re-examine that and increase it more pending those negotiations. But I think tonight, 600,000.
Okay, Alan,
yeah.
If I might, just as to set a model of just reacting back and forth a little bit. I think I personally think that's a brilliant idea. Makes a lot of sense. And I thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay. And then a couple of things I want to say.
Go ahead, floor is yours.
That are not directly budget related, but because we have had this whole, input about our policing that I really think I need to say, which is number one, we have a great police force. We have a great police chief. I couldn't be prouder of Monterey police. And I think to the people who have written me, and I've tried to write back as many of you as possible. I don't think it's fair to sort of, make generalizations. I have seen a lot of things in the last few weeks in other cities that greatly disturb me. And if our police were engaging in those kinds of behaviors, I might have a very different attitude tonight. But I don't think it's fair to sort of lump everybody together. There are teachers who've abused students. Those teachers need to be held accountable, but you don't necessarily say we're not going to have teachers anymore. Okay? So I think that's one thing that I need to say. I think I'm also very proud of the fact that our police department and our police chief have implemented best practices in policing policy. Now, that being said, we can maybe improve what we do. And I've heard the chief say that he is open to that conversation. And so I'm sure we can improve what we can do. I also want to say that I hear what, and I think it's important we all hear what people are saying, in particular young people. There is a problem in this country, and it's called racism. And it's built into the history of our country. I don't have time to go into it. I think we all know some of the aspects of it. And it isn't just about policing. Like right now, it seems like everybody's focused on police, but it's about our educational system. It's about our housing system. It's about our hiring practices. It's not only about police. And so, one of the things I would like to see us do, which is not specifically budget related, but I guess it is because it's been kind of pitched in the context of this, I would like to see us have some forums in the near future. And if, I don't know if other council members don't feel comfortable with this, I'll organize them myself. If you are, I think it would make sense to organize them together with staff. But I would like to see a forum on our policies, which I think are very good, but I think, looking at them collectively would be good. I don't know that we've done that. Our policing policies. I would like a separate forum with perhaps experts in public safety, including our police chief, but also experts in mental health, experts in homelessness, experts in social services, to look at, some of the services that we do. Could they be done differently? I don't know. I think that's the kind of thing that's going to take a lot of conversation and a lot of thinking. You don't just flip a switch and say, suddenly we're going to have non-armed people responding to domestic violence situations, because sometimes they can be really violent. Or we're suddenly going to flip a switch and have non-armed people responding to every suicide, because sometimes they can flip too and suddenly become violent. On the other hand, maybe we can do it differently and more efficiently and better in terms of some of those things, especially related to nonviolent crime. I don't know. I think we need to have a conversation about that, but we're not going to solve that tonight. But I'd like to have that conversation. And then the third thing, and this, I think the city manager who kind of planted this seed and helped me realize, we really need to look at the issue of racism in our city in a broader way. What are our hiring practices? Do we make inclusiveness and diversity a central consideration or a central factor, something we even talk about when we're hiring? What else can we do? I think that we need to listen to people. I think there's a lot of things. For example, in my neighborhood, there is I'm looking for the term, there's a covenant that when I bought my home, basically said a certain type of racial person couldn't live in this neighborhood. Now it turns out that it's no longer valid. I was extremely uncomfortable with this. Even though it's no longer legally valid, like, why does this even exist anymore? So I would like to see us get rid of all of those kinds of covenants, so that somebody who moves into my neighborhood who isn't of a particular race doesn't feel uncomfortable. Anyway, so I think there's a lot of things in a bigger way that we can do. And again, these aren't specific to this particular budget. So I'm just saying I'm going to be moving forward on this, and I hope maybe collectively we can. All right, getting back to the budget. One aspect of policing I do want to see change, and I understand, I think in the current budget, the SRO, or the student resource officer, those funds are being used to support other overtime kind of functions, and I definitely support that. I wouldn't want to do anything that would compromise public safety. This is, again, here I'm speaking to the folks who have been speaking to us about community, not cops. Well, first of all, cops are part of our community. I'm just going to say that. But if we do something, if we just pick a random number and say, okay, we're not going to fund the cops at this level because it would be symbolic or people are asking for it, and then there were some sort of emergency call that led to people dying, residents dying, police officers dying, that's on us. And I don't want that burden until we've gone through a very careful process where we look at what is the actual minimum staffing needed. And so until we've done that, I'm going to trust the police chief. Okay, so all that being said, I don't want to cut the police department more than the 8.2% that's already being recommended, because I believe that's what the chief figures he can maintain, public safety, which we have to do. But I would like to see the SRO position taken out of the position control list so that it isn't sort of like the assistant fire chief that suddenly 2 months from now school reopens and there is an SRO because we had some money in the reopen and rehire fund. I don't believe that is the best use. First of all, the school district has told us that they don't want that position. We heard from a number of our graduates from Monterey High tell us they don't think that's a good use of funds. It's a complicated issue. I don't have time to go into it. There is value to having them. There are also some issues associated with them. And I think we should listen to the school district and just let's take that out of the position control list. So that's kind of where I'm at. If we could take that out of the position control list, but ensure that the chief doesn't lose any more funding to do what he needs to do, and then augment the rehire and reopen with the emergency funds, I would be okay with this budget.
Thank you very much, Alan, for your thoughtful comments. Appreciate that. Who else would like to share at this point?
Ed,
Okay, Councilmember Dan Albert, please.
Ed, before you get into your comments, I just wanted to ask a couple questions from Alan's comments. I like the idea of using additional money from the concessions back into the rehiring fund. I think that's a brilliant solution to increasing those dollars. But I didn't quite hear whether you are in favor of the idea of reducing those funds from 1.3 down to 900,000, and the two positions that the staff is recommending putting in place. I still believe that when we were talking last time, that money was supposed to go to the rehiring fund. I mean, that was my whole intention, and I'm not sure if you still are on that same wavelength.
I mean, I can understand why our staff is recommending what they're recommending, but I do agree with you. Our intent was different. So I would say I'm more aligned with what you're thinking, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Dan,
Sorry,
Dan,
Ed.
help me. Dan, before you go on, help me. I'm a little bit lost. No comments. Exactly what were you referring to? Could you clarify that a little bit more, please?
Sure, I can. In the last council meeting, we talked about taking 800,000 out of the OPEB and moving it into the general fund, and then taking, I think it was 500,000 out of the vehicle replacement fund, which is a total of 1.3 million to be placed in this rehiring fund. And then the staff came back and reduced it to 900,000 so that they could put two new positions back into the budget. And I thought that Alan and I were talking about allocating all those funds to the rehiring fund, if that makes sense.
Okay, can we have some clarification on the staff on that, or would that help?
Well, no, I think it actually just comes down to whether we want to put those two positions in or not. I think that's really where it comes down to it.
Yes, what you did, Council, if I recall it correctly, is we briefed you when we showed you the numbers that we want to put the assistant chief back. At that time, I made it a point to speak about that 2 weeks ago, because that is a real person. And I said, we are not proposing this right now. And what we also shared with you is that we had not adjusted the numbers at that time. And then you moved 2 positions from the scenario B, the worst case scenario, into that. And since this is a set of numbers, they balance each other out. Having said that, I hear loud and clear what the council's desire is. I still really recommend to keep those 2 positions in the budget and not force a layoff of an assistant fire chief, which has spillover effects through the whole fire department, but instead think what Council Member Huffer has proposed is to put $600,000 into that fund coming from the reserves. That brings about to 1.5. And what you heard tonight also is that the concessions that the bargaining groups have offered right now and have been accepted by you are also about around $600,000. So you're matching the reserve with 600. That makes the math $2.1 million right now. And I understand, Councilmember Albert, that is not 1.3 plus 6 plus 6, but it's still, in addition to the $1 million that we have allocated to each of the departments, a considerable chunk of money into the reopening and hiring fund that, again, will augment all those departments that I think your intent was parks and recreation and library.
So is that position that's coming back, that accounting position, is that a layoff position that will be rehired?
Lauren, can you help me there?
Yes, so the position we're referring to is the general ledger position. It's an account auditor position. So the position has 3 main key functions, and we've looked at allocating these internally and we can't. So the key function is internal controls for year-end close, month-end close, and the audit. That position is critical to that function. It does cost. And then the second function is Army billing. The $15 million contract that we have with the Army, this position does all the billings for the Army, plus the position also sets up all the project accounting for NIP, CIP, and the military as well. So it's a very complex position. So we've looked at studying how we could allocate those duties out, and honestly, with my years of experience, I would recommend that we should retain that position. There will be consequences.
Well, back to my question, is that a position that we've already laid off, and will it be coming back because of the funding that we put in?
No, it's currently in the budget. It is a position that has funding. It's a position that's been on the PCL year over year. And so it's a position that currently has funding, and we didn't lay it off in the April recommendation. It came to council in May as an area that we looked at as a possibility. And once I studied it closely with my staff and we looked at the possibility of reallocating these duties out, it just became apparent that it just wasn't doable and sustainable. The risk is pretty high because of the 3 areas that I just shared with you.
Okay, I guess because we are receiving more money into that fund through Alan's suggestion, and we are getting to the the point where I wanted to be, and that's 1.3. I guess I can be okay with those two positions. Alan, what do you think, Alan? Or some of the other council, maybe I should get some more.
Well, could
okay.
Yeah, sure, Jeff Lee, I'm sorry. I should let you guys.
Tyler Williamson, council member, would you like to go ahead?
Well, I just wanted to respond to that note. I wonder if, Dan, would it be helpful if we just looked at possibility using more of the reserves? If we're talking about that small amount, it's not significantly, I don't think it will significantly impact our reserves. Would that be a potential solution to make up that difference?
Sure, as long as those, because we are funding a position on one-time dollars. And so what will happen with those positions next year? Will they be placed into the budget? Because we can't use reserves. I wouldn't use reserves for their salaries. So I guess, if I can.
I mean, basically next year, we're going to have to look at how revenues have picked up over the course of the year and how coronavirus has evolved and whether we have a vaccination, Yeah. So things that we're funding on one time this year, next year, hopefully we will be able to project a more, vigorous budget that will not be one time. If we are, then I agree with you. Next year will again be a difficult budget if things don't improve, because you can't continually fund positions on one-time money. But sure. I think our thinking was this year was extraordinary, and that hopefully, things will recover.
If you use as Councilmember Williamson suggests, the additional increment of $300,000, you would basically take a total of 1.5 out of the $13.7 million in reserves. And I think that is also a very responsible number that we can afford.
Okay, I'm sold.
Well, and I would say that if we recall back, I'm not sure if it was the last council meeting or the meeting before that, where staff had presented us the list of solution and options. And I think we still have tons of options to go through to support needed increases or cuts as we move forward. So I think that there's going to be enough wiggle room here, even if we do the one-time funding to support the programs and however we decide to move forward with that.
Okay.
So
Tyler, the floor is yours, council member.
Okay. Yep. So I just want to start off by thanking all the staff who've contributed to developing this budget. This is hard work, so thank you. I'd also like to give appreciation for the labor groups agreeing to concessions that will support our effort to bring rehire employees laid off earlier this year. These are tough times and can only imagine the various economic impacts to those who are conceding a portion of the salary that they're due. An example, perhaps a spouse lost their job and may now be the only income for their entire family. So truly thank you for your willingness to concede those payments, that salary. Regarding police, I agree with the need to take a serious look at police services and appreciate the efforts made to defund 6 full-time and 6 part-time positions in light of the city's current economic crisis due to COVID-19. This will have to come back in front of the council for action as we continue to tweak the budget over the next several months. I also recognize staff moving the SRO out of the schools and utilizing that officer to support hours which would typically be used for overtime during normal shifts. I agree, though, with Councilmember Hoffa about removing the SRO from the position control list and ensuring the police chief has the available budget to support the overtime that was anticipated to be fulfilled by the SRO. I do want to highlight that the local municipality police department comparables, as seen in the Monterey County Weekly, does show the city of Monterey having the lowest percentage of police funding in the county at 13%. Although a useful statistic, what's important to point out is we have amongst the highest number of officers, but the percentage is lower in comparison because of our large budget. So I think all the numbers are important is the only point that I'm making there. Additionally, it's important to see President Obama's "The 8 Can't Wait" campaign as a starting place, a discussion to show what immediate actions can be taken, but with acknowledgement that more work is still needed ahead. Fortunately, the city already fulfilled 7 and since has fulfilled the final policy. I'm also glad to hear that the police department is updating policies to further address the principles. Regarding the library and recreation, I'd like to see staff provide proposals of what additional staff could do under an environment with the brick and mortar being closed. So in question form, trying to phrase it in a different way, what work could be done if additional staff were brought back on the books? As an example, could we create more useful virtual programs? I also heard some suggestions during the public comments of some other potential opportunities, supporting youth during the COVID-19 experience, providing some tutoring services, supporting election efforts during COVID-19, passing out masks or support transfer of other needed materials, helping to clean city facilities. Those are just some of the ideas, but I really like to see us reach out to staff in the library department, maybe our library board, and get some true solid proposals on what opportunities could be available, what services could be provided moving forward. So my ask, I have a couple asks here. I've said this a couple of times, but I'm asking, and I'll pause in between each of these for the asks. Can we add a public engagement element to the mission in regards to our response to COVID-19? We can do this by planning monthly town halls with the public so they can stay engaged and we can continue to hear from them on their suggestions, feedback. I know that staff put that in the council, in the agenda packet, so I appreciate that being recognized and that being an option that's going to be available for us. But as a council, could we agree that that could be an element? To me, it's simple and it's I think kind of semantics at this point a little bit. But could we agree there's those 3 elements that we already have? Could we all be okay with adding a 4th one with just highlighting the need to have public engagement?
So may I respond to that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I think that on many levels, I think that our city staff does an outstanding job on the public outreach and the public education piece. I guess I just need to understand what you're not seeing done now that will push forward what you're talking about in terms of the COVID education piece. Because you and I and the rest of the council are in a position where we're getting lots of information from the county, from the state, from our city council members, our staff. So we're getting a lot of material. So I'm just trying to connect with what is it that we're not providing our community specifically. What do we want to give them that's not being given to them now?
So my point isn't the lack of doing it. I just think it's making sure that we express that in our priorities as far as what our mission is. And so it's the same thing with what our number 1 is right now, maintaining public safety as the top priority. We already do that. So why do we need to say it in the mission? Because we want to make sure that it's being expressed through the words that we're saying. So I just want to me, it's something simple. Why can't we just add a 4th element that says, make sure that we continue to stay engaged with the public, continue that public engagement.
So I guess those are going back to the value drivers, not to sidetrack, but we do need to get back together as a council and continue going through and refreshing what we identified as the council priorities and the value drivers, and the staff reports are reflecting what we have listed as the value drivers. So that's why they're there. So if we're trying to add to them, you're trying to add to them before we've gone through the process. I agree we need to get back to the process of identifying our council priorities for the long term and refining the terminology. And I think we identified terminology might have been somewhat dated in some of the areas. But I think you're talking about the value drivers, and we need to get back to the work.
No. So staff created 3 elements, and it's on packet page 129 of the agenda packet.
Okay.
Towards the beginning of the discussion, the second paragraph, it says the mission of the city of Monterey during the pandemic has been to remain focused on point 1, maintaining public safety as the top priority. Point 2, keeping the core functions of our local government operational. And part 3, to encourage a speedy recovery of our industries, including hospitality as communities' leading economic driver. So that was what staff created because of the impacts of COVID-19. All I'm saying is that we just add a 4th one to that says, continue to stay maintaining public engagement.
Okay, I'll defer that back to the city manager because it's the staff.
Well, I'm asking us as a council to make that decision.
Yeah, you know what? If I can jump in on that, Tyler, to answer your question. Wait a minute. I better turn my camera back on. I did get a haircut today, so I guess I can show it.
That looks great.
Thank you. Absolutely, that's something I think the city's really good at. And as you were saying, why don't we say that? Because that's really, let's do it. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out, and then we can answer the question that Councilmember Ed Smith asked: is what are we doing? What can we do more with public engagement? No, absolutely, like it. One of the side effects, as I said earlier, of the close to probably 600 to 800 emails that I've gotten on 8 Can't Wait, community before cops, the library, sports center, etc. The amount of public engagement has been tremendous, and I've learned a lot. So why not include that in our mission statement? I like it, but we don't want to get too far in the mission statement. I was in the library board. Inga, remember that? It took us a year to rewrite a new mission statement.
It makes me happy to see Inga smile, by the way. So
and at the end, the mission was read.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Tyler, any other comments before we go to Ed?
Yep. So I'll move on to the next one. Thank you, Mayor. So regarding MCCVB, I'll try to keep this one short, but I look forward to the continued dialogue on this topic, but need to acknowledge the need to support a healthy marketing allocation. Normally, organizations allocate somewhere between 8 to 10% of their budget to marketing, and we've been doing 6% along with the County of Monterey, and all other agencies are paying 3%. We're clearly dependent upon hospitality, and until things change, we need to make sure we're supportive of a healthy industry. There were a few comments about there not being a need to invest in marketing, but this is exactly when we need to do it. We have competitors who are already reaching out to our target markets more successfully than we are. So there's a need to start the work now, and have been working on it over the last several months to prepare for the economic recovery. I believe the problem is less so increased tourism and more so not having the appropriate investments and infrastructure that can support the tourism industry. We should work with the other regional agencies to make sure we're supportive of their efforts. So that's just a point, and I know we're going to come back to that at a later council meeting. My next point also, I asked that we look at fees and do a better job getting to, or at least closer to, cost recovery for normal fees. As an alternative, we can offer reduced rates to low-income people. So I think we need to take a really good look at making sure that there's some cost recovery here, so that when we're offering the services, that we're actually able to provide them based upon the funding that's available for that. And again, let's look at alternatives. Let's not just have one option and present it to us. Let's look at a couple of alternatives and see what works best for us moving forward. Next point, I have 2 more, so bear with me here. If there is a surplus after bringing our staff back on, I would just want us to think about what the priorities should be. And I'm wondering if we could look at putting the funding back in, the allocation back in for the other post-employment benefits, the saving for vehicles replacement, and our economic reserves. I think that because we're kind of pushing those off, we need to make sure that we're filling those coffers if we end up having more funding than we expected. I would even say the same thing for the CIP, but I say less so that than those other ones, because those are kind of long-term CIP is too. But anyways, last point.
Tyler, can I just interrupt you on that? Because
Yes,
I want to
sir.
on what you just said. I'm wondering if the council has would like to see us maybe discuss what we're going to do and what the priorities are when those funds come back. Because right now, I'm not saying we're confused or we're not, but I don't think we have a priority list. And I think those funds are going to come back a lot quicker than we think. And I'm not saying that I don't trust the staff to implement those funds, but I think as a council, we represent the city of Monterey, and I think I think we should discuss those. I'm not talking about in October or November. I mean in the next couple of meetings, because I think those funds will come back. I'm not sure if that addresses what you're talking about, Tyler, but I think it does.
Absolutely. And that's exactly why I said it, because I think it's important for us to have that dialogue. So I appreciate your acknowledgement of that, Councilman Robert. So I'll just get to my last point here. I'm hopeful that the city and the council will take a serious look at evaluating police services to look at the potential of reallocating resources. I began discussions with some city staff about hosting a public dialogue to your point, Councilmember Hoffa, so we can advance public services. This will not only meet the needs of many of our constituents, but also take the load off of our current police staff, who's often left responsible for solving our social issue, all of our social issues, even if it's not appropriate for them to do it. And so my ask here at the end is there general support from the council? And I kind of want to echo Alan's point earlier. Is there general support for us as a city to engage in these dialogues with the community? Thanks, Dan. I see your head shaking.
Yeah, so
I appreciate that.
Tyler, I'll say yes, and let me set up this response, because I've got to do this incrementally because there's so much. Listening to the call-ins tonight, reading all of the emails that we've all gotten in the last month, what I'm struck by, and you all know, coming from a law enforcement background of 34 years with a lot of different jobs in 3 different cities, and I've got to step back and ask, well, what are we not able to say in a city council meeting to someone who calls in 2 minutes? Obviously, it's kind of that one way, and I think we all want to so much have that dialogue when someone's calling, but we can't do it in this forum. So I would answer to you, Tyler and Alan, yes, absolutely. I think it's time that we find the way to have more transparency and dialogue with anyone that needs to know more about what we do in city government, and especially in our public safety. I hearken back to the years of me going through the process, put it under the heading of community-oriented policing. Again, it's not a program, it's a philosophy that an agency adopts early, and Monterey PD has done that many years ago and continues to further the concepts of we are the community. The community helps us decide what is important and what the priorities are. So I think we have an opportunity to embrace a whole lot of education, because I'm hearing from a whole lot of folks, and you did too, emails and call-ins on the defunding police. And I think there's a lot of confusion over some of those labels. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to provide a platform to make sure people understand the role and responsibility of a peace officer. And there is no difference between a peace officer and a police officer. It's one and the same. I'm not going to spend much more time on that topic, but I want to highlight a couple of things in the police world and the importance of where police sits in our society, and especially in our community here. Yes, we're only 28,500, but we have millions of people that come to Monterey. We all know that. But let's look at the nation and the number of calls that go to police departments throughout the nation. We're a nation of about 340 million. there's about 680,000 full-time police officers, with about another 250 that are part-time auxiliary. California's standards is regulated by Peace Officer Standards and Training, a commission on post out of Sacramento that started in 1959. The training requirements for police in California is so vastly more than every other state in the United States. So we need to be careful and ask the question, don't compare other cities to Monterey or California law enforcement, because the training requirements are vastly different. As an example, some other states require 12 weeks of an academy. Ours, I think it's at 26 weeks now. So quite a bit more training. There's about 55 million contacts nationwide. But actually there's closer to about 350 million calls through a 911 system that may take non-emergency and 911 calls. And the Monterey County Emergency Communications is an integrated 911, meaning when you call the location, you're calling non-emergency and 911 calls to the same building, to the same operators, and they dispatch for all of Monterey County except for Carmel. So it's important to put us in the time and place in terms of what has our innovation been here in Monterey County. 911 County Dispatch was the first one in the nation that was an integrated 911 system. Each law enforcement agency has to decide how they handle the beat responsibilities and the beat deployments. I think Monterey's got it right. Chief Hober's outstanding. Our officers are outstanding. But I think we have an opportunity that we should be able to listen to them and us all learn from them in terms of what Monterey policing is about, what the community is about. Ride-alongs, Community Citizens Academy, there are lots of opportunities for us to go into the transparency of what our law enforcement is doing in Monterey County. So I don't want to belittle or allow anyone to say it's the same no matter where you go. It's really not. And we just really need to say that we are very fortunate to have great leadership and great officers that are doing a lot of great work. And we don't want to diminish that, and we don't want to be derogatory towards them and saying that they're all the same. But I look forward to an opportunity where we can say, let's open the curtains, let's share, and let's educate. And I think we can advance the gap that appears to be there right now between the community and what Monterey PD may be doing. Yes.
I appreciate your acknowledgement of that, and I'm glad that there's some space there that we can agree to move forward together. I would just add the point, because you were emphasizing the need to educate the community, and I agree that's 100% true. We definitely need to do that, because I don't think people fully understand, and I think people want to better understand. It's that transparency piece that you were speaking to, but I think the other side of it is trusting in our community, knowing that they are very smart and creative people that can help us come up with solutions that might make the services that we provide better. So that's what the dialogue is about. It's about communicating what we're doing and where we're at, but also receiving input so that we can move forward together on solutions that work for our community.
Well, any conversation is always two-way, and absolutely. There are ideas out there, and as they say, the answer's in the room. So let's participate in the dialogue to do that. I want to move off on this a little bit and get back to the school resource officer piece. I've supervised it many times. I managed the function many times, and each department decides how they're going to use the school resource officer. Monterey PD, I won't talk about the past, but as I understand it, it's a designated to the high school. So there's a difference there. And also, it's close to the high school, or the police department's close to the high school, but that does not necessarily mean that a response time is as fast as one would think, because you think it's next door. So it's important to acknowledge that Yes, the Monterey Police Department's right down the street, but that's not where they're working. They are out on the beat, on radio calls, and sometimes many, many miles away. So the benefit of having a school resource officer designated to the campus is to close the gap on the response times when things do happen. When you don't have a school resource officer, that means the dedicated beat officer who has the beat all the way to Aguajito and Del Monte may have to respond to the campus. And those calls get in the queue, and very often you may have to wait 20, 30, or 40 minutes for a response to the campus. I think we need to not throw that principle away. I think the chief has come up with a solution for us to keep it on the personnel list. Let's let the police chief utilize his resources. The school resource officer is one of them. I think he's in a better position to be able to navigate through the fact that we're freezing vacancies. We have the community services officers that we're talking about freezing, and we're not able to say that the police department is full staff. So I would prefer that we leave the school resource officer in the personnel list and allow our chief to appropriately use that person as he needs to for the time being. With that, I want to stop, and I've got more comments that I'll get to later on some other items.
Okay, well, let me just, if I can bring up the same subject what Ed was talking about with the SROs. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go back over my explanations of why I felt the SROs were important on the high school campus, because as a former high school principal, once again, it's all about how the school district wants to use that SRO and how the administration uses the SRO, whether it's policing or whether it's counseling or resource or whatever. But one thing that we did have before the cuts in 2010 is we had a position out of the police department called an intervention officer. And the intervention officer was more of a counselor than an SRO. And that particular person was very, very well received at the school at the high school, because instead of arresting students, instead of policing students, if something happened, a fight, or if there was some drugs or alcohol, that particular intervention officer would keep them out of the system and focus on counseling them throughout the school year. And I think that's what you're talking about, Tyler, about looking at different ways of looking at our police department on campuses, because they didn't carry a gun. It was, like I said, more of a counselor. And I really wished we could have brought that position back in 2012 and 13 when we started to bring back SROs. But I agree with Alan that maybe there's a disconnection with our community, that we're just not communicating how well our police department is doing. And I agree, Tyler, that we do need input from our community and what's going on in our police department. Thanks for bringing that up. I appreciate that. I have other things too, but I'm not sure where you want to go with this, Mayor.
You know what I think what I'll do is, first of all, thank you very much. I agree with everybody. And I'm going to put a motion on the table that we can, maybe will help us continue our dialogue. And that was to adopt the resolution which amends our budget with the addition of an $600,000 from our rainy day fund, our emergency fund, to go into the opening and hiring fund as suggested by Councilmember Allen. And then part of my motion would be, Dan, you were thinking of wanting to use some of the rainy day fund, the fund for economic uncertainty, to fund the finance officer that is our finance position that is so important that we need. I think you suggested that and there was consensus. Is that correct, Dan?
Yes, there was. I think there was both positions. I think also the assistant police or fire chief too, I think.
Okay,
Is that correct, Tom?
well, then, yeah.
Yeah,
I was concurring with that. Yeah.
So let me finish my motion. We'll get a second. Okay, so the motion is to adopt the amended budget recommendations with an additional 600,000 in from the Fund for Economic Uncertainty to go into the rehiring and hiring and reopening, and also that fund will pay for the finance position. And I'm not sure if it was discussed that would also do assistant fire chief or not. So let me ask Hans. You were talking about the 1.3 million, I believe, Hans. Did that include the assistant fire chief, or was that funded some other way? Or Lauren or somebody?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's cleaner if you do it the following way: that you allocate $900,000 to the reopening and hiring fund, because that includes the 600 plus the 300, so it's 900 in the reopening and hiring fund, plus an additional 600,000 that Councilmember Hafer was suggesting to be matched by salary concessions, which is another 600,000. That brings the 2.1. And if we make it too convoluted with the 300,000, because we already quote unquote allocated that into the salaries.
Right. Well, thank you for that clarification. That's why I was struggling a little bit with the motion. So the motion would simply be an additional $900,000 to the reopening and hiring fund.
Yes, because we already have 600,000 allocated in the budget from the reserve. That brings it to 1.5.
Right. All right. And is that good with, did I capture what Alan and Dan were talking about? Just from a budget viewpoint.
Yeah, I will.
That's my motion.
I will second that. I will say though, I want to, as we look at how we reimagine public safety, I still want to take up the SRO conversation and totally respect what Dan has to say and Ed has to say. I'll just say this. When I went to high school, we didn't have one. I got in a fight. Actually, somebody attacked me. I defended myself. I think Ed'll be happy to know I acquitted myself well.
Yeah, I want to know you won.
I did, but I still had to go to detention for 2 weeks, overseen by the assistant principal or whatever. We didn't have an SRO, and I honestly think my kids went to Monterey High. We love Monterey High. Mrs. D, if you're out there watching, you're great, but could they have had more time with a counselor? Yes, because Mrs. D was too freaking busy. She had too many students to take care of. And so I think that 200,000 or whatever could be used to hire a couple counselors who might be able to have more marginal benefit. And I do take Ed's point, obviously, if there is an active shooter on campus, we've got to be prepared to respond. I'm not sure that having an SRO makes that much of a marginal difference versus how quickly our police can respond. But I think we obviously need to have that conversation, and we need to get into those details. So I don't want to see us sort of losing this conversation.
Right. Alan, in response to that, Alan, sorry, Dan, in response to that, the staff recommendation does not include the SRO right now. And so we have time to have that conversation. And when Dan was talking about an intervention counselor, that really piqued my interest quite a bit.
So I want to comment, that was the youth diversion counselor, and Kathy was great. And that is a contemporary shift in how a law enforcement agency could be benefited. But I want to ask you all, just for a moment, don't judge or assess what a school resource officer is based on the arrest factor or the citation factor. The times that and believe me, I've supervised them all, good ones, great ones, and some bad ones that I fired. But our school resource officer is not just the peacekeeper or one that is making arrests. They are an integral part of the school campus and the leadership, and they work hand in hand with the vice principal, and they do far more of everything else than an arrest or a citation. A successful school resource officer is one that never has to put someone in custody and take them to the station. It's the opposite. It's looking for those opportunities where there are diversions, and with the Monterey County Probation Department and MPUSD school districts enforcement policies, there are solutions out there. So I'm just asking, change your paradigm and your view of what a cop on a campus is. It's so much more than we're not talking about tonight. So we should talk about that in the future.
Well, I would just add to it while we're on the topic. I mean, I think part of the problem is that we are discussing whether or not we should be funding something that's within the school district. And so yeah. I think, regardless of whether you believe in an SRO being on campus or not, we're getting into a very slippery slope. So I believe in more counselors. So why don't we invest in counselors? We don't have the funding for it. Well, but we have the funding for an SRO. I think it's a very slippery slope when we start going into that space of funding something that falls under the purview of another agency.
If I can make a suggestion here, I think I would like to see a report in the next month or so of our police chief giving us a job description of that diversion counselor that we had on campus. I think if you hear what they actually do on campus, you might be impressed about how well that's received on high school campuses. So I'd like to see that personally, because I'm not doing a good job of explaining the position.
Yeah, let me jump in, if I may, as a 35-year elementary school teacher. My daughter's a school teacher. Her husband's a school teacher. My brother was a school teacher. My mom was a school teacher. I've told my grandkids. I told our grandkids, "You're going to be teachers." No way. And I said, "It's genetic, you guys." And so if you really want to see a monumental problem, trying to reopen schools in August, and I'm sure we have, all of us on the council are educators of one form or another. What a monumental task. And Tyler, you're very right about the challenges facing our schools, our teachers, our safety. As simple as a bus can carry 80 kids. Well, not anymore. It's going to carry 20, 25. So where do you get your bus? The state's going to cut across the board a possible 15% to education. So yes, it's a really big issue, and we want to make sure that what we're funding supplements, but we can't fund the school district either any more than they can fund us. I want to tell you just quickly about there was the idea that the city is not supporting social services or not supporting the library and not supporting the recreation department. And I hear the concern, and I share that as the one who actually, my fifth graders originated the sports center. You've heard that story. So when I brought the sports center concept to the city council way back in about 1984, and we actually built it, I tell you, it just breaks my heart to see our sports center closed. We didn't close it. We didn't sit here and say, we're going to close the sports center. We're going to shut down our parks and recreation department. All of our kids participated in them, were counselors, etc. The pandemic did that. And that's why we want to bring it back. So please understand that all of us really value that. I was on the library board for 4 years. Just love Monterey Library. Yes, we want to bring the librarians back, but we have stage 3 and stage 4. How do you rehire a staff for a building that doesn't have any demands on it, that doesn't have any demand for service? I love Tyler's idea. Let's have all of our staff take a look at what can they do to bring back services, even if the building isn't totally accessible. So these are very painful things for us. And on a personal level, I just wanted to share that we get it. We all get it. There's not anyone who wants to adopt this budget. And I'm hoping we are looking at in the near future, having a surplus of funds. And to answer that question, we have a structural imbalance. We still haven't decided how we're going to solve the PERS, the pension liability. There's another big glaring gap in what the city has to do, and that's called capitalization, maintenance, and renewal of our buildings. And we're probably talking 200 million, maybe 500 million. Heaven forbid if the tunnel collapsed or had major structure problems, or our sports center. The NCIP was willing to take a look at resurfacing the bottom of the pool. And so we need to come up, and it relates to also what Tyler was talking about, is fees. We need to have a capitalization fee. So every 20, 30, 40 years, we don't have to panic and pass a sales tax to fix our roads or to rebuild the conference center. So I can tell you right now, just the PERS liability, and that relates to staff, and that's why I'm pleased that our staff members are contributing. But that is a major obstacle facing us. And our infrastructure, how are we going to take care of all these buildings? Our library is built in the 60s. Colton Hall was built in the 1840s. I'm just being silly there. But our sports center is now almost 30 years old. Our parking garages, and we don't have funds to take care of those. Then just go remodel something and look at how much your insurance costs, how much labor costs, how much our contracts cost. So once we recover from this, we still have to face that structural problem that we have. We're not out of the woods, but hopefully we can get back to being as close to we were before the pandemic hit. So that's the bigger picture that puts all of this in context. And in a way, sometimes people are saying, are there any plus sides to COVID-19? Well, I think the discussion that we had tonight, yes, there are. We've had an opportunity to, how do we do business? Can we do it better? And the social justice issue, that's extremely important. I'll finish up with this. I've been to some graduations, and there's always at a graduation speech, such as Monterey High, where there's the talk about, you have a bright future. You have hope, and the world is yours, and all you have to do is apply yourself. And that's a beautiful promise, but it's not true. A lot depends on your economic status. It depends on your race. And when I hear graduations, and as being a longtime teacher, a grandfather, I think we have got to make that promise come true. And that is something I look forward to, future dialogue on social justice as well. So we have a motion, a second. Final comments? I know you all said, hey, I have some more. Let's hear it.
Mayor, I appreciate your
How can we follow that, Mayor?
Oh, no.
Follow your comments. That's difficult.
So,
well,
Mayor,
it's from the heart, I'll tell you.
I know it is.
I appreciate your comments, but I'm just wondering, could we include in the motion an amendment that gives staff direction to come back with some proposals regarding work that could be done if we brought personnel back on, even if facilities remain closed?
So are you talking about a discussion of prioritizing what comes back as revenue comes back, like I suggested, Tyler? Is that what you're looking at?
I just want us to yes, because revenue's coming back. I mean, it's already coming back. So I'm not sure quite what you're trying to say in your statement. But I think my point is that let's just have staff come back to us with tasks or work or services that could be provided, even if the library doesn't open, the library doesn't open for service where people can't come into the library. What are those services that staff could provide if we continued in this type of environment?
Can I make a, can I make a suggestion on this one? If we look at this budget as not a one-year budget, we know it is because it's required statutorily. But in reality, this is almost an every month budget because we know we have so many moving parts that our city manager and our finance director have already reported tonight, that as we get more money and as we see facilities that can open, we can't even really talk about the library until we see some sign of when we're at phase 4. We know we've already heard a report from the city manager about the sports center that can start soft opening because now we know we're in phase 3 and the governor is allowing that. So I don't want to overload the staff with a whole lot of things right now at the end of the year budget and at the beginning of a new budget. I just think that we're going to be getting pretty frequent status reports on revenues and callbacks for employees and locations that are ramping up. So I would just offer that I trust the staff and I trust the city manager, and the city manager does have the statutory charter. He is in charge of personnel. Certainly he takes our guidance and our direction and will continue to give that. But it is up to the city manager to deploy the personnel per the charter.
Yep, and you're right. He does take guidance from us as a council because, I mean, at the end of the day, the community is looking to us to make sure that we're making the decisions that are in the best interest of them. So
absolutely,
I think my point, and I think actually to your point, you are identifying how this could be like a monthly thing that we're discussing. So, right, I think that next time we look at this, we should be looking at, well, what if the library doesn't open and phase 4 doesn't come for 6 months? Does that mean that we're not going to bring on any library staff and there's not opportunity to provide services to our community? So I'm just hoping that sooner rather than later, we could have it come in front of us and just look at those opportunities. Even if we don't decide to move forward with that, at least we have those alternatives in front of us so that we can make that decision as a council.
Yeah, and I would agree that we're going to be getting, more information than we probably ever thought we would get in this new model for this monthly or bi-monthly review of the budget and review of personnel and review of revenue. So I've got a lot of confidence knowing that we're going to be doing this quite often.
I just would like the staff to make sure that they understand that what our priorities are that would be opened either first, second, or third. I mean, for instance, the conference center, which we have essential staff to hire back quickly so we can bring back those group sales. We haven't really even discussed the conference center and when that should be open and when we should bring staff back. And so for me, I'd like to have a more of a council discussion on those facilities that would open up. I mean, we've all done it. We've all talked about it, but I don't think we've talked about it and got a list down and given it to the staff for direction. That's
what I'm hearing, Dan and Tyler saying, and I agree, is we just want to have more of a budget update than like at the 6 month. Maybe it's 2 months.
Yeah.
We have a budget update in 2 months that gives us the opportunity to look at, well, who have we been hiring back? Have we engaged with the library to see, could they be doing things? Why haven't they hired back more? Have you given them the resources to do so? Or, whatever. So I would say, I don't even think this necessarily needs to be part of the motion, but I would support more regular budget updates than normal simply because we're in such unusual times. And I think that's what I'm hearing from the other council members.
Yeah, and I think by consensus, we can do that. We really just need to adopt this resolution and get this budget, the current budget.
Okay, my final input, and then I'll be quiet. What I'm saying about that, Alan, is if we get revenue and the staff sees revenue next month, they're going to start hiring people back. I want them to go to a list, a priority list the council's put together and say, oh, this is what the council wants while that money comes in. And that's only
maybe we need to agendize that for our next meeting to actually look at prioritizing.
That's what I was asking.
Okay, I agree with that.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, as long as it's not done at 10 o'clock at night.
10:24.
Yeah. Can I make one last comment, and then I'm going to wrap it up, then I'm done. I want to say thank you for the staff and the city manager for all of this hard work. We've had multiple meetings, a study session. We've all ground through the numbers. We've talked to a lot of people. The emails have been great, most of them. I want to just say that thank you for the staff for preparing us as a council to be able to have the information to really drill down into the numbers and the tasks and the delivery of service that our community deserves. And this is hard for them as well. The community is having to sacrifice on things that that they deserve, that they pay for, that they've grown accustomed to. So we're asking for patience with the community as we get closer to this phase 4 and get finalized through this COVID-19 experience. And we all want it as fast as we can, but we realize, as the mayor said, we're not in charge of when everything reopens. That really is going to be dependent on the recovery from the medical side in the pandemic. The other thing I'll say is to the employees that have worked really hard with our HR department as they've brought things together and offered their compromises. It's painful to have to give up a raise. No one ever wants to go backwards, and you certainly don't want to ever go backwards and cut into the check that you already have been getting. And for those that were laid off, we want to bring you back as soon as we can, but we realize that we've got to be very careful with the finite resources and finite revenue. So we're trying to navigate the tough waters of making sure that we not only are solvent, but we are very successful in everything we do. And I think Monterey's got a strong reputation in doing that. And these are truly difficult times. And the mayor pointed out, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. It's not just this budget, but it's to go forward. And it's never easy, even if things came back next week and we were at 80% occupancy 7 days a week. We still haven't made up for the 10 million we lost last year or this year in this fiscal year, and the 18 million that we're patching together to get through. So it's very difficult. We would have to double our TOT to say we didn't feel this. We will feel this for a long time, but we're going forward in a healthy, collective way with a lot of sacrifices that are spread all over the place. But thank you to the employees, and thank you for all of the negotiations that have been going on, led by Allison and Hans. We appreciate all that work to get us to a point where we can actually say, well, now we go forward. We still have a lot of tough decisions, but we've got to get this on paper and get forward to July 1 as we start our new budget year. But thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments? Anyone else? Are we going to let Ed have the final word? Yes, we are. Roll call, please.
I think Alan dropped off. He just sent me a message.
Sorry?
Alan lost his connection.
No,
Yeah,
he just, wait a minute, he just hung up on me.
Should we wait till he comes back on, or what's the scoop?
Should we debate the budget more while we're waiting for him?
Yeah. No, we definitely have to have the vote.
He's making another one of his famous pizzas.
Nat, can you dial him in?
Let me try to dial him in by telephone here. Let's see.
Yeah, it's funny how this night was going. A lot of it was looking like it was skipping, and the signal was all over the place with some of you. Yeah.
While we wait for Alan to join, Mayor, could you please one more time say your motion? Because there was a little bit of back and forth between you and Hans, and I just want to make sure I understand it correctly for the record.
I was afraid of that.
I would suggest we go with the motion that is in front of us, with the amendment that the Fund for Economic Uncertainty Reserve that we have basically allocated $600,000 that we are putting 300 plus 600 in addition to that in for a total of $1.5 million.
Yes. What he said.
Clementine, I would put behind economic uncertainty reserve $1.5 million. Leave the recommendation as is, and with that we have the clarity.
Okay, thanks.
I have. Yep. I don't know. Can you hear Council Member or Vice Mayor Hoffa?
Hi.
If he says something.
Alan, I got dropped off of the computer.
Okay, Alan,
Okay.
we're going to do roll call. Are you ready? Can you hear me? We're going to do roll call on the motion.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, Clementine, roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Roberson.
And that's a yes for me as well. And again, great public comment. We encourage people to continue to be engaged, share your thoughts with us. Thank you, Council, for a really stimulating discussion. City staff, of course, just incredibly outstanding. Are you all ready to hang it up, or do we want to go council comments and city manager reports?
I do have
Council
some
member?
I'd like to share. I can be back though.
All right, Alan, a little hard to hear, but we'll do our best.
I'll shout. Does this help?
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so Fora is approaching the close of its existence at the end of the month. A major milestone just recently happened. We approved a bond which will create $30 million to remove blight around the former Fort Ord, which is so important to opening up the possibility for redevelopment. I'm also, as you know, I serve on Monterey Bay Community Power. We recently changed our name to the Central Coast, Power, and part of that was because we're expanding south down to San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County. We're now basically the biggest geographical community power entity in California. At our last meeting, we rejected nuclear assets that were part of our power portfolio. This is actually a pretty complicated issue. I'd be happy to talk to any of you if you have any questions, but the main reason I supported that direction was as our staff were communicating with San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara, they communicated to the public that we were non-nuclear, which we were at the time. And essentially it was a decision between PG&E and the PUC to almost require us to include nuclear as part of our asset. And we have to pay a fee to opt out of that, but I felt like it was more important to stay true to what we had told people when we were inviting them to join. And finally, the mayor and I have been part of this subcommittee looking at the grants to help local Monterey businesses recover from COVID. And I think we approved about $230,000 in grants yesterday. They're all either $5,000 or $10,000. They had been reviewed by members of our community and of our Chamber of Commerce. And after looking at them, they were all small businesses, local businesses, and all doing good work in our community. So I just wanted to let you know that we took that responsibility representing you all seriously and carefully evaluated those grant requests. And that's it. Thank you.
Good, Alan. You came in loud and clear. Other council comments? Anyone?
Yeah, I can go.
Okay, please, Councilman Brett.
So I serve on the Transportation Authority of Monterey County, and I just want to highlight that a lot of work is going on, but we are looking at the impacts of the reduction in sales tax collected, but we are focused on long-range planning as well as trying to find some solutions for 156, Bill Monning's sponsored bill, and it escapes me what the number is right now, but I think it's going to the Senate very soon for hopeful passage as well. That gets us to the point where we can have an environmental impact mitigation waiver and move that project forward to long-term considerations of how to improve the 156 corridor and eliminate a lot of accidents that occur out there. Also on the AMBAG front, the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, I serve on the board as well. Last week, we had a significant vote on dividing money that's coming to us from the state of California for planning, and the city of Monterey will receive $165,000 to the planning office to provide for funds to assist us with future housing plans. It's not construction money. It can't be used for anything other than departmental outreach and planning to comply with the housing requirements. So that was good news. It's $165,000 coming to our planning office. Also, I'm on the Monterey County Hospitality Association Education Subcommittee, and we've done a series of trainings for our hospitality partners. We've had 2 webinars, and there's 2 more next week. We're reaching out to those that work in hospitality to do the actual training protocols for health and safety that they can take into their businesses and train their employees. And I was privileged to be able to do the train the trainer piece on 2 webinars. We'll do some more. So we've been reaching out to many of the employees and owners of hospitality, and it's amazing how much effort is going on with each one of the locations, and that's hoteliers, restaurants, retail sales, that folks are very, very, very much focused on making sure that the guest experience is top-notch and it's done in a safe manner as well. So there's a lot of behind the scenes going on for health and safety. And the last thing is, this quarantine has offered us all a different perspective, but as we've started to go through the phases and we see folks out and about, we're getting to see so many of our local residents that are out exercising, walking, riding, and I happen to have an office downtown where I'm able to see through a big window and see lots of people walk by with their masks on. So I want to highlight and enforce the piece of when you're out and about, wear the mask, get your exercise, buy local, enjoy your time as we move through the final 4th phase as we get through this COVID experience, but as we come together as a community, sharing our time together with our masks as we're out and about, buy local. And that's it.
Okay, and good. Councilmember Dan, please.
I just like everybody else, you haven't been to very many events, if any events at all, except for Zoom meetings. But I do want to mention and a shout out to Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, Monterey County, and Office of Education, and also the Laguna Seca track, because they had 5 graduations out at the Laguna Seca track. And the only reason I know that is because my daughter graduated from Monterey High School. And it was really nice to see 300 cars on the track. And every car got to drive up in front. Every graduate got to drive up in front of the podium and receive their graduation diploma. And I thought that was really special for the class of 2020. And then we got to drive on the corkscrew, which is always a lot of fun. But I do want to give a big shout out to Laguna Seca Raceway for allowing all those students to have an opportunity of a lifetime. And that's my big shout out. That was it.
Well, congratulations to you and Ava both, and your wife Sharon. That's quite a milestone.
It is.
Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick one. I represent the city on Monterey One Water, and earlier this year we were actually looking at doing rate increases over I think 4 or 5 consecutive year period, and these were substantial rate increases that we were looking at because Monterey One Water hasn't increased the water their rates for a while now. It's been a long time, and it's been at the expense of the budget and capital improvements that are needed with these multi-million-dollar things that we operate for our region. So we were looking at doing that earlier this year, and then the pandemic hit, and staff recommended that we hold off on that. But then we started realizing the impacts to our revenues because people aren't making their payments, and so there's implications to us and our operations. And so we put a proposal together to do a smaller rate increase, which is just a one-time rate increase that was smaller than any of the one-time rate, the multi-year rate increases that we would have seen. So we're looking at, I think, something along the lines of $2.50 bi-monthly, which is probably insignificant for many, but it's tough for some folks that are struggling economically. So I just wanted to put that out there to help support that cause, because we are providing a public service there, and it's really contingent upon us to being in support of that, so that we can maintain the services and the infrastructure that goes along with those essential services. That's it.
Thank you so much. And city manager's report. Do you have any thoughts you want to share with us?
Mr. Mayor, just a reminder, next week, Wednesday, we have a study session that we have converted to a special closed session meeting. We will go over a few real estate items.
Okay, good. Well, I think that concludes this meeting, and we made it before 11. Hallelujah. And so going forth, I look forward to working with our council, our staff, and our community. We all love Monterey, so let's continue to take care of it together. Agree at times, disagree agreeably, come to consensus, and we'll dedicate ourselves to the recovery. So good night, everybody.